It is, today is January 19th at 12:02 p.m. and we are calling the work session of the Provo City Council meeting to order. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. On January 7th, 2021, in accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, I have determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location, such as the Municipal Council Chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I've made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus disease, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. Utah is currently subject to State Public Health Order 2020-27, which limits the size of public gatherings and which requires people to wear face coverings and follow social distancing guidelines. Utah County is currently listed as having a high level of coronavirus transmission. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo City Municipal Council chamber and other meeting rooms. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, Shannon Ellsworth, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on that channel. Remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. Would now like to state the names of those who are present here at the meeting, council members who are present. We have George Handley, David Shipley, Bill Fillmore, Shannon Ellsworth, Dave Harding, Travis Hoban, and myself, Dave Sewell, in attendance. And from the administration, I see we have Wayne Parker now in attendance, as well as additional members of the city administration and council staff. The opening prayer today will be provided by Mr. Dave Harding.
Father in heaven, we are grateful to gather again as a municipal council and as other elected officials and the staff members to discuss the policies of Provo City and to make decisions about the future of the city. We are grateful for this opportunity to discuss the issues, and we ask for wisdom in these discussions. We ask thee to bless those who will present, that they may communicate clearly, and bless those who are participating, that we may understand and can perceive the important aspects of the issues at hand. We ask thee to bless us with wisdom, with goodwill towards all, and an ability to discern the best outcomes for the community. Father, we are grateful for the many blessings which we enjoy in this city and the state and the nation. We ask thee to bless all of the people of Provo, and particularly bless the employees of Provo City as they strive to provide services to the residents and stakeholders of the city. And we ask for thy help in combating the pandemic that we are in, and we ask for the blessing of peace and calm as our national government transitions. And this all we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes from July 21st work meeting, August 18th, and January 5th. Are there any objections or requested changes? If there are no objections or change requests, I'll declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. And now just a note on decorum during work meeting. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Use the raised hand in your Zoom software to indicate that you would like to speak. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. We'll now move on to item number 1, which is a discussion regarding a transfer of $614,000 from the general fund to the airport fund and an appropriation of $124,000 in the airport fund for new destination marketing and interfund loan interest. And this item will be presented by John Borgett, our Administrative Services Director.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. This transfer that we're recommending has a couple different components that I would like to discuss. First of all, Provo City has agreed to contribute $50,000 in marketing costs for each new destination Allegiant flies from the Provo Airport. Allegiant has recently announced Denver and also Orange County as new destinations, and they have been flying to those destinations, which would require us a $100,000 contribution for marketing purposes. The intent behind this was to help the new destinations be successful, and we're recommending the transfer of $100,000 be made from the general fund. I would also mention our airport manager, Steve Gleason, is available if I can answer your questions or if you'd like to ask him a specific question. So that's the first component, and then I'll go over the second component and then be happy to answer any questions from the council. In spring, on April 21st, 2020, the Municipal Council approved a resolution authorizing an interfund loan between the Airport Fund and the Energy Fund for $4,900,526 to purchase land near the airport. The loan was for 10 years with a fixed principal payment of $490,053 and a variable interest rate basically equal to the Utah State Public Treasurer's Investment Fund rate. I would mention that that rate has been, with interest rates being very low, has been very low, right around 0.5% or a little bit lower. The loan was to be paid back with airport revenues, and if the revenues were not sufficient, a transfer would be made from the general fund for all or a portion of the payment. I would just mention that right now, with the airport under construction with the terminal building, and as we are still trying to build flights, that currently in our 2021 budget that we're currently in, there's about $141,000 transfer from the general fund to cover operations at the airport. And so at this particular time, the airport is not in a position to cover a portion of that payment. I would also mention we've had some discussions with administration, and as we are getting ready to start the 2022 budget process, and the budget will be delivered to council in May. Our plan is, because we don't anticipate in the upcoming year, fiscal 22, for things to change significantly with construction of the terminal, we plan on including this transfer as part of the 2022 budget. This particular transfer came in when the budget process, when we're almost ready to deliver to the council, so we weren't able to do that, and so we're recommending to make this transfer now. And I would also mention that the interest of $24,144, that's the interest through the end of December, and so that just covers roughly from April to December for this first payment. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions from the council, and so happy to cover questions.
Mr. Hardy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have a couple of questions. Just if you would help me refresh my memory. So this, the Interfund loan is something that this council approved or authorized back in April or so of this year?
Yes, it was April 21st, 2020.
Okay. And I believe at that time we were saying that we were still checking into some grants or some other ways of closing the gap, but by authorizing it, we said that if we weren't able to find other sources, we understood that this Interfund loan would be made. Am I remembering that correctly, or am I mixing that up with something else?
I know that when it was approved on April 21st, what administration presented and what the council approved was that this was one of the reasons that this purchase was really significant and important, is that the money that was paid for on this property can be used as a grant match on airport improvements. And so we would have had to match that money anyway through funding of the city, but by being able to purchase this property, which will benefit the airport in the future, and it providing a match, in essence, as we do improvements in the airport, we get that money, it counts towards that. That was a real significant reason for it.
Okay.
And then the one thing that I mentioned briefly, but I think it's worth noting again, we are really hopeful over the next 10 years as we complete the terminal and as we have more scheduled flights and potentially additional carriers providing flight service at the airport, that the airport will be able to cover all a portion of it. We plan on evaluating that each year. Our first choice would be to use airport revenues if we can, but right now we're just not in a position to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. And as you talk about that, I do think I had that mixed up with another item. So thank you. Then the second question I have, and let me state that I am thrilled that we are operating and increasing the number of cities that we have commercial flights connecting to directly out of Provo, and I think that the 50,000 is a reasonable a reasonable thing to do to help those new routes succeed. And we emailed a little bit about this previously, but this is the first time that I've heard about this arrangement, and so I wasn't clear if this the 50,000 per site, and so we're being asked for the 100,000. Is that a commitment that has already been made? Is it a request that we would like to do? I guess I'm a little concerned if just not about this item particularly, but just about the overall process. If commitments are being made and then coming to council and saying, well, we've already agreed to do this, so now we need to transfer the money or appropriate the money.
I think I'm going to give Steve Gleason just an opportunity to respond to the understanding or the commitment that was made with Allegiance. So Steve, could you respond to that?
Sure. Our first commitment we made was actually with Frontier Airlines, and it was in the amount of about $380,000 that we committed. Wayne can correct me if I'm wrong on that amount. That came out of a grant that we received. With Allegiant, they never asked for upfront money. Most airlines, to get them to fly a new route, they ask for a significant to fly a couple of routes out of Ogden other than the two they're flying now per week. Well, one route twice a week. Ogden actually paid them cash to buy tickets. So that's the usual way that this has gone. But our market has been so strong that when Allegiant came in, they didn't even ask for that. What they did ask for was $100,000 per route for each new route. And we thought it was a good idea to give them something for each new route because we wanted to encourage them to keep expanding routes and trying new markets. We did tell them we'd give them $50,000. We put that in our marketing, and in all of the things that I present to airlines, for example, that's always been part of it. It's a $50,000 help with marketing that we'll give them. Very low compared to what most airports are paying to get airlines to fly new routes. If we have a new airline that comes in, however, if they don't add a route, let's say they come in and they just fly Denver, which Allegiant's already doing, we would not be on the hook for that $50,000. It's for a new route to try a new city, because trying a new city is very expensive for an airline. And $50,000 is a drop in the ocean of what they'll have to spend to make it successful. So it was more or less just our way of saying, we're on board with you. We're going to try and make this successful as well. So they didn't ask for it when they flew Tucson. The reason for that was Tucson themselves were paying for tickets. So they didn't see a need to do that. When they started Oakland, we did give them the $50,000. When they, and this is the first route they've started since Oakland. Now, there is no commitment for them to give it back if the route doesn't work, just before that question gets asked, because we want them to keep trying routes. That's the only way we'll find where our market is. Does that make sense? I can ramble on about this for 2 hours if you'd like me to.
No, that's helpful. And as I said up front, it seems quite reasonable. I guess my only concern is maybe it was just the way that the report was written, but it seemed like, hey, we have this bill that we need to pay, and I just hadn't seen any discussion on, is this something that the council is okay with? Just so that was my only concern. It was just more procedural than anything else. But okay. I'm supportive of it, and I think it makes sense.
And just so you're aware, I personally put everybody in a pretty tight spot here because we did this with the previous administration. We set up our marketing materials, and we've just continued to use those to try and build routes and build the airport, and it's been pretty successful so far. So when Jimmy McKnight wrote the report, all I could tell him was, this is what we've agreed to, and here is the evidence that we are actually submitting it in our documents. But we never actually wrote it into an agreement with Allegiant. It was something we agreed to when they came in, gentleman's agreement, we'll call it.
Thank you.
One other thing I would mention is that this money is not been appropriated, and that's what we looked at this resolution. 124,144 is subject to council approval, and the 24,144 is the interest, and the 100,000 is from the council. And so this is the council's opportunity to let them know if they approve this payment. And so we have come to council first for that approval.
Are there any other questions from councilors? All right, thank you, Mr. Borgett. I believe this is an informational item only. Is there any council discussion on this item? Mr. Fillmore? You're muted, Mr. Fillmore.
Of course. Just tip of the hat to our folks at the airport and John for his good work here. This is just one more significant step towards becoming the regional airport that Provo needs to be. And that's a marvelous thing for our citizens, for our business development, for everything else. So I'm wholeheartedly in support of this funding.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. All right, if there's no other discussion, we'll move on to the next item. I would like to welcome Mayor Kafusi, who has joined us, and also mention that item number 8 has been continued for anybody who might be following that. Just wanted to give a heads up. And also wanted to mention that Governor Cox has asked that the bells be rung at the state capitol at 3:30 today in remembrance of the 1,500 people who've lost their lives due to the pandemic. They're going to ring the bells 15 times there, and I believe Provo and a number of other cities are will be joining in that. Is there anyone from the administration who would like to comment about what Provo is doing in that regard?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can do that. The mayor may want to add in as well, but we were invited this morning, essentially, by the governor's office to participate. Silence my phone here. Sorry about that. And so, along with other cities around the state, we will be and around the country actually taking an opportunity to sort of ring the bell again. One ring on the plaza of the city center building for each 1,000 or 100 of the 1,500 residents of Utah who have passed away due to the coronavirus. And so again, we'll just be doing that right at 3:30 along with many other cities and along with the state of Utah.
Thank you. Seems like it might be appropriate for us to pause the meeting briefly at that point while that's occurring in remembrance of those residents. Could we have asked someone on council staff to kind of give me a heads up a couple of minutes before that in case I get engrossed in what we're doing? So remember to do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I should mention too, we do intend to do this on a Facebook Live event for the bell ringing this afternoon. So again, if people wanted to tune in and watch that live, it will be available on the city's Facebook channels.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on to item number 2, which is a discussion regarding the Legacy CIP Fund. And it looks like we're back to you, Mr. Parker, for the presentation of that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, thank you for sharing the presentation. My intent today is to talk about some of the history and background of the city's CARES Act funding, and then specifically what the administration is recommending to do as we sort of wind down the CARES Act and have been able to make use of some guidance from the U.S. Treasury that has given an opportunity to spend some of these funds to create what we're calling a legacy fund to fund some needed projects that not necessarily have grown out of the pandemic, but have been high priorities for the city. And now we have an opportunity for some resources to address them. So if you can go to the first slide, John. So the CARES Act, as you may recall, was approved by the federal government as part of a series of actions in order to primarily to stimulate the economy and overcome some of the extraordinary costs that were borne by local and state entities across the nation. So the CARES Act had a formulaic allocation based on population to cities, counties, and states where the population was over 500,000 people. Now, obviously, Provo is not a 500,000 population city or county. And so the city received a formulaic allocation from Utah County that totaled $8.45 million, again, which is based on our last census population. So as we briefed the council before, cities have had some very limited uses of these funds for pandemic-related expenses, and the funds had to be used by the end of the calendar year of 2020. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we've used the funds and Treasury guidance that has guided our action. So if we can move to the next slide, and this is all encapsulated in a memo which was sent out to the council about 10 days ago. So we've called these Category 1 expenses, and these were specifically authorized in the CARES Act for pandemic-related expenses that the city had not budgeted when we began the process of responding to the pandemic. So we have spent about $570,000 on things like personal protective equipment. So these are masks, disposable clothing for paramedics, variety of things that we have used for our employees that we thought were prudent and, again, unbudgeted. We've obviously provided greater cleaning supplies. We've increased the cost of our cleaning of our city facilities. So as we buy Clorox wipes to wipe down counters and so on in between visits of the public or employees, we've used the funds for that. We've installed plexiglass dividers to protect employees and our residents from each other. We've purchased rapid screening thermometers for many of our city facilities to ensure that as people come to the facilities, we have a greater confidence level that they're not bringing the COVID-19 virus with them. We've deployed information technology assets like Zoom subscriptions, laptops, and other facilities to ensure that more employees can work from home and allow greater social distancing. We've installed signage at city facilities. Again, we've come up with specialized protection for first responders that have allowed them to go much more safely into environments where COVID was likely present. We've made some changes at the golf course clubhouse, which was a very high-risk locality for the spreading of COVID, and this allows patrons in the clubhouse to better socially distance. We've done public information campaigns, including the masquerade campaign that we did toward the end of the year with primarily focused at student populations. And then we had some expenses related in our agreement with the mall to locate the Test Utah site for Provo at that location. And so again, those expenses have been covered out of the CARES Act funds. So the second category that was authorized by the Treasury late last summer, there were always provisions associated with reimbursement for public safety payroll and compensation for first responders. The initial Treasury guidance kind of looked at this as you must account for every hour of every public safety employee, and when they responded specifically to a COVID-related case or had potential to be exposed. Many cities, counties, and states across the country complained to the Treasury and said, it's way too onerous. We're finding that a large number of our expenses for public safety really are COVID related or have some link to COVID. And Treasury then came out with guidance in the late summer that said essentially that any public safety call was assumed to be COVID related if it occurred between March and December of 2020. So that opened the door for us to look a little, I won't say less closely, but to make some assumptions that were authorized in the US Treasury guidance related to these expenses. And so we looked at first responder payroll expenses, compensation expenses. So again, we didn't cover things like police records clerks and those sorts of things. But if they were for first responders and their supervisors, and we calculated that those payroll expenses were about just under $8 million for the calendar for that year between March and December of 2020. And so the combination of those expenses essentially totaled the full allocation of the dollars we received from the county. So next, Next slide just indicates that we then covered all of our Category 1 expenses, and then the public safety payroll essentially freed up $7.9 million in the fiscal 20 and 21 budgets that we did not have to pay for out of the general fund, which then resulted in those dollars essentially finding their way into the general fund balance. Next slide. So the city's budget ordinance has a provision that allows the mayor to increase appropriations when we receive a grant. So for example, if we were to go out and receive a community development block grant allocation to the city for sidewalk upgrades in the disadvantaged neighborhoods in the city, we would not go back to council for a new appropriation for those dollars, because we are spending money from a grant for the purpose allocated in the grant. And so for the Category 1 expenses, we followed that guidance in the budget ordinance. It got a little more tricky when we made the determination to utilize the public safety reimbursement authorization from the Treasury, because it created additional budget flexibility. And therefore, while the reimbursement was for the purpose of the grant, the eventual use of the net of those funds would be used for purposes that were not directly related to the CARES Act grant. And therefore, it was our interpretation that the municipal council would need to appropriate those funds from general fund balance that were associated with the payroll reimbursement. Again, long explanation, but basically to say that we're planning to come to you at an upcoming meeting, likely on the 2nd of February, to appropriate funds as we're outlining in this proposal. So next slide. So because the pandemic has had and continues to have such broad-reaching implications for our community, our feeling was that rather than just use these general fund balance funds for routine purposes, that we would prefer to take the approach that any capital improvement funding that we do with these funds that were the result of the reimbursement for public safety expenses during the CARES Act should be used for far-reaching projects which have long benefit to the community of Provo. And so what we've suggested is that we create a legacy capital improvement fund in which these funds would be placed, with a couple of exceptions. And I'll highlight those as we go through. So if we can go to the next slide, John. So we're proposing that we create a legacy CIP account within the general capital improvement project fund, and that we take the money resulting from this payroll reimbursement and allocate those to projects that would be provided within this fund. Some of the money would actually we're recommending be appropriated to other city accounts, as we indicate here, simply for the ease of administration. And so I'm going to walk through these proposals sort of one by one and talk about the rationale for putting them in the legacy CIP or where the funds will be located, and why those are important and critical funds and projects that we'd like to use these funds for. So the first priority that the administration identified was the need to replace fire station number 1. This is our oldest fire station located in the downtown area of the city. It is in need of replacement and is not particularly well suited for the purposes for which the fire station is existing today. As you may recall, we took a part of the fire station, the old fire station facility, and remodeled it and moved the community development operations, which are now development services and community neighborhood services, into that remodeled facility about 10 years ago. And those facilities, those services will now be relocated into the new City Hall project. And in addition to that, the planned redevelopment of the city center block would be dramatically enhanced if the old fire station number 1 were surplus property and could be made a part of a more comprehensive redevelopment project on the city center block. As you may recall also, the council authorized funding several months ago for a station location study, And in meeting with the consultant as they are finalizing the study, their recommendation is that we consider relocating the station a little further west of downtown in order to better serve not only the downtown area, but also growth as it occurs in the area immediately west of I-15 over a long period of time. And so the thinking is that it would be better to relocate the station to a more central location for the area that's served by Fire Station 1, and likely again would be likely between 5th West and the I-15 interchange on or around Center Street. And so next slide. So we're proposing to create a project in the Legacy Capital Improvement Fund for the reconstruction, relocation of Fire Station number 1 with a budget of $3.5 million. And again, as we get a little closer to the completion of the city center project and knowing that we need to relocate the fire station, we'll be engaging in some work as soon as the money is appropriated to look at location and design and cost estimates. We believe the $3.5 million is a reasonable cost given the size and scale of what Fire Station number 1 would likely be. So that's item 1. Second item is an interim expansion of our existing airport terminal. And this dovetails nicely into the discussion we just had about marketing Provo to future airlines and future flights. So as council's aware, we are in the midst of constructing a new passenger terminal at the Provo Airport. We'll actually be pouring footings this week for the new passenger terminal. We expect that it will be completed in mid-2022, so about a year and a little bit from now. And we have been, as you know, recruiting new airlines and working with Allegiant Air to identify new flights that could eventually find their way into the new airport passenger terminal. What we're hearing from airlines today is that as the economy comes out of the pandemic, airlines are right in the midst of their planning now for future flights and locations. And if we wait until the completion of the airport passenger terminal in mid-2022, we may miss some substantial opportunities to expand air service out of the passenger terminal. And so our strategy has been to try to identify opportunities for creating some additional space at the existing terminal on a short-term basis, and then eventually move those flights and destinations into our new passenger terminal, the new four-gate terminal that will be constructed to the south of the existing airport terminal at the airport. And so our proposal, next slide, John, would be to appropriate $400,000 in this Legacy CIP Fund, which will allow us to add 2 rented portable buildings to essentially open more space in the passenger terminal, potentially create a second gate in the interim, and then to build some connecting secure hallways to run between the existing TAC Air terminal where our passenger terminal is located, and then connect those 2 portable buildings. So that will be in the secure area of the facility once you get through the TSA screening. And so again, will give us an opportunity to do a short-term expansion to allow some additional flights and destinations as we prepare the final airport terminal for use later. We think it's a prudent expenditure of funds, will give us the opportunity to set up the future airport passenger terminal for success moving forward. So that's item 2. The third item is, and this will elicit perhaps applause in some sectors of our community, but to work to make an investment in preparing and attracting a grocery store for the west side of our community. As you know, this has been a key priority for the mayor and municipal council for at least 10 years. We've been working on a variety of strategies to increase the likelihood that we could attract a quality grocery store to the west side of Provo. There are a wide variety of reasons why this has been difficult over the last number of years. We could certainly go into that at some point, but again, rehashing a lot of the information we've provided the council ahead of time. And so we've identified two sort of key items that are lacking. One is a robust tool for being able to analyze shopper data and just a variety of important data that could influence the decision process for a grocery chain to consider locating in West Provo. Some of those same data tools could also be utilized for similar initiatives to provide grocery and other retail services in other underserved parts of the city. We believe we could use those same tools for additional purposes there. And then to set aside $900,000 that could be used for either incentives to locate a grocery store in this part of the city or public improvements that might be necessary, things like widening a roadway or providing important utility infrastructure to service one or more locations in Western Provo. And so our proposal is that these be allocated rather than in the Legacy CIP Fund, they be put into the Economic Development Capital Improvement Fund, again, which would allow us to be fairly nimble in being able to address the needs as we work at getting a lot more aggressive about attracting grocer for the west side of the community. So that's the third one. The fourth one is to accelerate development of what we've been calling Canyon Road Park. We haven't named the park specifically yet. That's yet to be defined, but we've been calling it Canyon Road Park for a while. So we acquired about 5 years ago property north of 3700 North between Canyon Road and Timpview Drive for a future neighborhood park in this location. As council members who've been here for a bit will recall, when we consummated the sale of Timpkiwanis-Banus Park to the Provo School District, which was, again, part of a long-range master plan for the school district to be able to accommodate needs during a potential reconstruction of all or part of the Timpview High School, it left a substantial gap in park resources for the Edgemont neighborhood. And the city administration and council, during the time this was under discussion, had made a commitment to do everything we could to move the development of the Canyon Road Park up in the priority list in the park's capital improvement master plan. So next slide. So the administration's proposing an appropriation in the park CIP of $1 million as part of this funding of the legacy projects to jumpstart this park development. The park development cost is about $4 million. The intent is to use other funding sources to complete the project, but this would allow us to get a really good start in terms of the actual construction. Design is underway currently, and again, other funds are proposed, including park impact fees and other things to help with the construction of the park. But this would be a substantial infusion of capital to make this park much more likely reality in the next few years. And then finally, project number 5 is one yet to be defined, or multiple ones yet to be defined. And so the remainder of these funds is about $1.9 million. And we're proposing to allocate those to a future projects account in the Legacy CIP Fund. This is hoping, again, to fund projects which may already be in the pipeline or which could yet be in the pipeline that would have a wide and lasting impact in the community. Now, I characterize this as wide variety of options. I suspect that if I asked city officials, elected officials, if we did a survey, we'd end up with $100 million worth of projects that would be high priority for our community. And so again, by putting $2 million into an account, it would allow further discussion, development of options, which again would need to be appropriated or approved for transfer by the municipal council from the future projects account to another CIP account in the future. So this would allow us to have an ongoing discussion about the council's highest priorities as you recognize them and as you feel them from discussions with city departments, with residents in the community, with neighborhood chairs. We could look for an opportunity then to prioritize future projects and then allocate them at a time in the future. So again, this is kind of a nod to the ongoing need to assess other key priorities and address them in the future. So that represents our key priorities. We're excited to have this discussion. These opportunities don't come along, but perhaps once in a generation. And we want to make sure we're making wise utilization of the dollars that are available to us. So our intent is to bring to you an appropriation likely at the February 2nd council meeting to set up this set of legacy CIP accounts in the general CIP fund, and then to allocate those as we've indicated in our memo a week or 10 days ago, and then our presentation today. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We have a great team of folks here that can respond to any specific questions you might have. And so with that, I'm happy to respond to questions.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'm curious about how these were prioritized or how they were taken out of our prioritization lists. How do we determine what our needs and what our wants with this blessing of extra money?
So I guess I'd characterize those in a couple of ways. One, we looked at existing capital improvement project and needs that were unfunded, essentially primarily out of the general fund. The other opportunities were really, I just characterized particularly the airport as simply an opportunity. As we sensed this, we were trying to figure out how to come up with funding for a short-term solution at the airport. And so this one seemed logical, again, because it was a short-term investment with a relatively small amount of money for a pretty significant long-term upside. The Canyon Road Park, again, is in the park CIP. It is near the top of the priority list. We've just not been able to yet find a funding source to complete the project. So again, that was a sort of opportunity request. And then the West Side Grocery Store was simply, again, one that we've had a sense that both the council and the community were sort of tired of waiting for the city to figure out a solution to this one. And then again, providing data that could be used for grocery store chains to drill down a little bit on what's the effective buying income within certain driving distances and what's likely to change in the next few years, and go through some really detailed analysis, likely either purchasing data tools or bringing in a consultant to help us with that process, and then to go out and target retailers for whom this is an opportunity that they would typically want to look more seriously at. And then again, the $900,000 will be set aside in a CIP account. And again, if it's not needed for incentives, or if it's if there's readily available parcels that wouldn't need a lot of infrastructure development, those dollars could be returned back to the city. So that's kind of the basis on which those decisions were made in terms of making a recommendation to the council.
Okay, that's really helpful. So the neighborhood program just gave a grant to, I think, the Edgemont neighborhood to kind of reinvest and clean up a private park. So there's 2 private parks there,
Yes.
and then there's this really large church park. And we are creating another park and prioritizing it with this money. Is that too much? I don't know. We're also investing in the foothills in that area.
Yep.
Why this now? Why all of these right now?
Well, I think the only thing I'd say about the Canyon Road Park is that for those who were here at the time, the sale of Tim Kiwanis Park to the school district was a significant ask of the Edgemont neighborhood. And one of the reasons they felt, again, let me not characterize it as they ever felt comfortable with the change, but one of the reasons they felt a little more comfortable was that they knew we had this additional park property that had been acquired by the city several years before, and it was on the priority list. And so there was a little bit more comfort than there would have been otherwise, knowing that that park project was in the queue. I think as we talked about it, this was one area in again, the general funded CIP projects that was not likely to make a lot of headway without a significant infusion early on. So,
Okay.
so again, just remembering how difficult the process that was kind of an effort to make good on a commitment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm curious where this extra $1.9 million will go. I'm not sure if we'll have that conversation today or if we'll have that conversation in the future, but I'm really curious about that. And just an additional statement, none of these projects are directly benefiting Southern Provo. And that makes me nervous. This is not an area that has been invested in as much as some other areas.
We would love to have that discussion. And again, I think our intent is to work through a process with the council to try to figure out what are high priorities and how does the money get distributed around the community. And so we're totally game for that discussion. That's kind of part of the reason why we left these in an undefined set of projects, more to just talk about what are the best opportunities and where should those funds be used. And in some cases, maybe to allow some projects to develop a little further before we make a commitment. We know there's some things in the pipeline that might require some additional city investment in terms of infrastructure. And again, looking for legacy projects that would have a very long-term benefit.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I'd love to see this money invested into hard infrastructure, right? Where we have so many.
Absolutely.
So
That
many
would be our
needs.
desire too.
Thanks, Wayne.
Councillor Harding, and then Councillor Hanley. And I'll just note that we're a few minutes behind schedule, so let's try to be brief.
I was trying to remember, what was the sale price of the Timpquana's Banus Park?
It was around $2 million, if I recall, maybe a little shade over that. And again, as you know, that money had to be reprogrammed into a park that could be developed because of the constraints of the land water conservation federal grant. And so again, the determination was made to put that into the land acquisition for the regional sports park, which is how those funds were allocated.
Thank you. And then let me just voice that at least in the past, we've talked about level of service calculations, and that's how we're making decisions and just the way that we ensure that we're caring for all of our residents in kind of an equitable manner. So it's been a while since we had that discussion. That might be a good discussion to have again. And if we have maps that kind of show like, okay, here's that level of service calculation kind of on a kind of a color scale, and this is how we're doing, I think that would be reassuring to our residents as well as counselors.
Yep. Yeah, we could certainly do that. I think some of that work's been done in the Parks and Rec master plan we've been going through that process now. But I can tell you when we made the decision to allocate funds for the new Spring Creek Park in Southeast Provo, we actually did a map that looked at essentially a half-mile walking radius from every one of our 34 parks in the city. And the most substantial gap was that one, was the neighborhood that was essentially west of State Street and south of the cemetery that had the biggest gap in service at the time. And again, with the removal of Timpquana's Park, and again, recognizing the school district intends to still make it available for public, but since it's not city owned, my guess is that may be the next one. But again, we can certainly take a look at that and see, again, based on that standard of being a half-mile walking distance, then we can certainly look at where those dollars should best be allocated for a future park.
Councillor Hanley.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Maybe for future discussion, I as much as I love the idea of using some money to incentivize a grocery store, I'm still unclear exactly how that works. In part because I would assume that grocery stores do their own data analysis. So I don't know what kind of alternative data analysis we're going to be providing them. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about
Okay.
that. And then, the infrastructure or incentives, I guess, for infrastructure makes a lot more sense to me. And that's the bulk of the money. So it's not like I'm raising a serious concern, but it just seemed a little unclear to me why we would be doing the job that they presumably do for themselves. So.
Yeah, we could certainly do that. Again, as we visited with grocery store chains, many of them have taken what I would consider to be sort of a thumbnail look at the marketplace and have decided not to invest the funds in further analysis. We think they're missing the boat in some fashion, and so again, in part, it's to stimulate the effort. It may be nothing more than to say, your thumbnail didn't give you all the data that you should really look at. And so if you're going to put your staff on, if you've got a number of locations around the state or the country that you're looking at to try to meet your demographic, you ought to dive a little deeper into Provo, and here's the data to support that. So again, that was kind of our strategy around that, just to get past the first square.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. So we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item number 3, which is a resolution approving an agreement with Utah County regarding funding for the regional sports park. And this item is to be presented by Scott Henderson, Doug Robbins, and Keith Morey.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to talk about this exciting project. We're going to, the three of us will be presenting. Doug will be presenting on project specifics. Keith will be coming in on the economic impacts that this project could provide for Provo. And then I'll be finishing up on the presenting and going through the specifics of the agreement with the county for possible funding options. So if it's okay, I'll turn it over to Doug at this point.
Okay, thank you, Scott. John, if we could advance the slide there. Okay, the regional sports complex, if I could just kind of go back and give a little bit of background and history as to the status of the project. What kind of originated this idea were our local needs here within the city. We've got over 330 teams currently that are competing for limited field space on about 12 fields that we maintain within the city system. As Utah County continues to grow, we see large increases in football, lacrosse, rugby, the traditional sports, and then some emerging sports too. So we've tried to convert a lot of our athletic fields or create new athletic fields on neighborhood parks that really weren't designed for athletic field use. Also, as we were looking into this, we noticed a general trend in family sports travel, where accelerated teams are traveling throughout the area and competing, as well as BYU, other collegiate level sport showcases. And we thought, why not try to capture some of that sports travel tourism and event hosting right here in Utah County? So it created that future vision that we wanted to take advantage of a little bit. John, next slide. With a regional sports complex or a park. It's a very forward-leaning project. We do believe that with our current experience with the pandemic, we feel that there's a wave of demand that's just built up and it's ready to just crash through. And so we feel like we're well poised to take advantage of this. Talking to event coordinators, they require a minimum of 20 fields really to run these regional sports tournaments throughout the nation. And special events, we will have a little bit of a buffer with our current design of 22 fields. We have experienced some early success. Just the acquisition of the land, we purchased for $3.5 million. It's currently valued at over twice that. And that is thanks to the seller. We had a very interested seller that felt that this was a good project and a good use for this land for the community. And then Provo Mayor Kafusi got directly involved in that negotiation and helped us get across that finish line. The next is $6 million of soil that we've been able to receive at no cost to the city as a participation with the Mitigation Commission on the Delta Restoration Project. That soil is being delivered right now and is planned to be delivered in the next couple of years. Our construction cost is estimated at approximately $20 million. Those are development dollars. They don't include the acquisition costs. And this agreement that we've struck with Utah County would require that we have the park operational and completed by the fall of 2024 in order to be compliant. Next slide. One of the great benefits that we've got with this site is the perfect location. We really feel that this location is going to be perfect for our needs, where we can capture a huge market share of this travel sport tourism. Its proximity to the I-15 corridor, linking the Intermountain region with areas north and south is prime. We've got the new Lakeview Parkway that's been constructed, and then its immediate proximity to the Provo Airport. We're noticing more and more of these teams are just chartering flights. It's actually a cheaper way to travel as a team for a lot of these out-of-state teams that would come to Provo and participate. Next slide. This is our latest design. Those of you that have participated in travels tourism, you'll notice that many facilities don't have very good traffic flow, and they have common accessibility issues. So we've really targeted this as a main priority of our design. And what you'll find in here is you don't have these fields that are so far away from the parking areas. We've distributed parking throughout with connecting roads throughout, so that you won't have a game in a field where you have to park a quarter mile away and walk to those fields like you experience at some other facilities. We really feel also that we've done a good job with the transportation flow. We really, in order to operate effectively and at high efficiency, we've got to have a turnover clearing of the site for the next games that are coming up, and that'll just help us to run this more effectively in the future. An important aspect too to the design will include neighborhood park amenities. We plan to have at least 3 or maybe even 4 playgrounds at this site with some open space. I believe there's a berm in the northeast quadrant of the park that'll be able to be used by the neighborhood, as well as perimeter pathways throughout the entire site for walking and jogging. So with these elements, we really feel that we have a unique opportunity in this case to really partner with our economic development partners to really make an epic impact to the community. And so we've got Keith Morey to talk a little bit about some of those benefits.
Can I ask a quick question while that slides up? Thank you. Which are the championship fields and where are the bleachers in this new redesign?
So we've designed this layout so that any one of these fields could serve as a championship field. They could be closer to the center plaza restrooms, but the way we've designed this is depending on how many tournaments we have, we might even have opportunities to run more than one tournament at a time. So we'll want to have that capacity to run multiple championship games. So the answer to your question is any one of these, probably more centralized to that plaza and restroom, but we could locate our mobile bleachers just about anywhere.
Notice there's a lot of language about that in the agreement with the county, and so I just want to make sure that this whatever design we move forward with stays in line with those commitments.
Exactly, and I think that came from earlier rendering that they were basing that on.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to start off by saying how much I appreciated Scott and Doug reaching out to me. I think sometimes it's easy to think about economic development as simply kind of what we do in our little department over here, but it really is a broader story and a broader project, I think, that all of our departments have a role in at some level. So when Scott asked if I'd participate, I was thrilled. Just broadly, kind of in context for maybe why this makes sense to talk about from an economic development perspective, one of the things that communities are always trying to do is to figure out a way to maximize the dollars that are spent within their community. And I think historically Provo has suffered a little bit because our student population has a lower spending capacity than maybe some of the other population does. And then some of the lower income people that we have because of the county services that are here in Provo all kind of contribute to hit us a little bit harder than maybe other communities suffer from. And so one of the solutions to that is to try to find out how do you import dollars outside of your community. And I think that's why you'll find across the state that tourism is such a heavy focus, because if you can utilize the dollars that you have within your community and within your state, that's one revenue source. But if you can find a way to attract businesses or people that live outside your community, then that's just an extra bonus. And this, from my perspective, is one of the rare opportunities that Provo has to find a way to import potential spending dollars from outside of our community in a way that I don't think we'll get from any other project that I think we could probably pursue. When you look at this, if you could go to the next slide, please. Nationwide, the youth travel sports industry is a $90 billion industry. So we're not talking about, a small investment. We're talking about people that are heavily invested, that travel significantly for youth sports events. They travel all around the country, and it's growing at a 20% annual growth rate year over year. And so when we tried to get some information, Doug actually did a great job by getting some information from St. George. Just so you know, there is no facility like this in Salt Lake County or Utah County. We really would be a premier venue for these types of events, but the closest thing to what we're talking about would be in St. George. And when you look at the number of tournaments they have, approximately 6 youth tournaments a year, and the number of participants, their total economic impact that they project that those create for their community is about $38 million annually. I mean, that's incredible. I don't think there's anything that we could do from an economic development perspective or business growth perspective that would have that kind of a single impact on our community. I think the demand is significant. You can see the Utah County tournament data projection as far as how many tournaments we could possibly consider having in our community. Can you go to the next slide? The real economic impact, when you kind of look at some of the data, from my experience, I wish that this was a project that somehow we had been able to facilitate earlier. And that's I'm not pointing fingers or saying that that's anybody's fault. It's fantastic that it's happening now. But if this had been something that somehow had come together in the last couple of years, the primary retailers that have really been significantly hit because of the coronavirus are the ones that are mentioned on the top right of that quad occupancy. Hotels, restaurants, entertainment, retail have all been dramatically impacted because of the coronavirus. And this type of an attraction, this type of an event, can significantly prop up those kinds of establishments. And from my perspective, that's critical to us, because hopefully the coronavirus goes away and we all return to something semi-normal. But one of the ways that retailers are being successful is by trying to find ways to diversify, and by infusing into our community dollars from outside, from people that are traveling around the country for these types of events, and getting them to stay at our hotels, to shop at our restaurants, to look for entertainment while they're here in our community, to shop at our stores, is a huge way to prop up those businesses and diversify them in a way that I don't think we could do otherwise. We're talking about $30.91 million total spending for targeted businesses, and primarily impacting those key retail establishments. Next slide. I think that's off to you, Scott.
Scott, you're muted.
Thank you. This letter is an example of what Keith was talking about, is that just from the sheer rumor that Provo was looking at this, it talked about an organization coming to us with tournaments of up to 226 teams that interesting in hosting in Utah. We have found we have board members that are part of, on the Parks and Recreation Board, that are part of local youth sports organizations. And since Utah has not been able to host these areas, then they have always been moved down the list when their time comes up. So we could see a really vibrant start with the use of this complex once it is ready to go. But this gave an idea of something that, just from a sheer rumor about us looking at this, how the interest almost started immediately. Okay, let's go to the next two slides, John. We're moving along in design and concepts. So this is what some of the renderings that we're seeing, and, you know, flexible flat fields, which provide an opportunity for just about every event to be run at these. On the next one, everything starts with a plan. So as we're trying to develop the $20 million construction costs, there are progress that we have been making and commitments that we have made in our department. Our department was the funder of the purchase agreement, and Doug talked about the amazing work that has happened with the federal government on the Delta to bring that site up out of the floodplain. So we're making great progress, and as we look at this, we see the $2.5 million from the county TRCC to be able to work towards that progression as we go here. We are looking at approximately $2.5 million from every level of government to work towards this, and then a combination of grant and other funding sources to bring us to that finish line that we're talking about. The next slide, talking about the agreement. When we presented, we really focused on the objective of this county grant, the economic benefits, and the funding plan related to and it required a lot of work leading up to the deal. I originally presented this and was approved by that board. Time went for a while to where Doug had to represent, and then it really took Isaac Paxman, and I know some phone calls from our mayor, to bring us into the end zone on this $2.5 million grant. It's very competitive. There's a lot of people that are interested in this money. And I think a focus that they have is that our funding projects that promote visitors and also have a return on investment to this actual same fund that produce hotel nights and restaurants and retail. So this fund's actually replenished as we go. And it's, you know, it is a deal where the city maintains the ownership of this, and it's something that we are able to work our magic with. Next slide goes over the specific terms negotiated. So it's a $2.5 million reimbursement grant to Provo. And as we look at the agreement, I think the county and Isaac really negotiated a mutual benefit agreement on this. And as we'll go through these right now. The county wanted consistent rental fees and usage rights, so no resident fee discount in that area. It's very similar to what we have at the Peaks Ice Arena as part of that negotiated agreement. And when you have a complex like this, or a facility that has regional impacts, the idea of resident, non-resident fees don't make as much sense. They are pushing us to get this operational, but the quicker we move, the better we start getting the benefits. Bill Fillmore was on the Parks and Recreation Board when we talked about this as a visionary project. And I think when Doug and I are together and we see Bill, he says, "Hi, Scott. Hi, Doug. Where's the regional sports park at?" So that seems to be the sequence all the way through. So I think we're all motivated to move on this and get these benefits of economic development for Provo City. Utah County asked for a $25,000 annual commitment starting in 2023. But I think this works for us too, because it is funding for the tax and tourism people chamber with the county, then to go sell this to those event planners that we're looking at coming here. So I think this is an arrangement and an agreement that we would want already, and we would want their cooperation. So it's something you can do the math on. 6 years at $25,000 compared to $2.5 million and a service that we want. I think that type of agreement works for us. The next slide goes over, we all have a plan on funding, but sometimes we'll have to look in other areas. But I think the first question to ask is, why Provo? We have a large success story that is happening here with big events. The Peaks Ice Arena, we have run the Olympics here, and we're preparing for a 2030 bid for the Olympics again. Provo Rec Center is the most successful rec center in the nation. And an amazing thing that we'll talk about in the budget is sometimes we talk about the revenue hits that have happened to the rec center in this pandemic of opens and closures. But our rec center will bring in $4 million of revenue in a pandemic year. That is absolutely amazing. And that is a big time success story. Our revolutionary changes to the Timpanogos Golf Club, and now a new regional sports park that has a high capacity that covers both local and national people coming there, and also a pledge of a self-sustaining operation, which is another one, because those facilities above there are also self-sustaining year to year and require no tax subsidy. But as we look at funding, we'll be looking at other areas in grants and other funding in economic development, some of the CARE Act or COVID funding that may be coming to states and our communities. It fits under land and open space, tourism, and then health and active lifestyle. So I think Isaac did a heck of a job, and the mayor's office did a heck of a job negotiating this agreement as a benefit for Provo. But I think everyone sees the possible benefits coming down the line for Utah County. So thank you, and any questions?
Councilor Fillmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't tell you how excited I am about this project and how proud I am of Scott and his team. They've been so creative, so proactive. This is going to be a remarkable boon to our city, for that matter, the county and the state. And this is just a huge project. Much like the rec center, it will end up being a profit center for the city. It has huge potential for synergy in terms of additional development and expansion in the southwest and to some extent the southeast part of the city. There are just so many good things that come out. It is a win-win-win-win-win. It's just a remarkable project, and the work they've done on the financing, getting the county to come on board where we don't have to co-own the thing with like the Peaks Ice Arena. It's just an all-around good thing. And I just want to thank Scott and his team and the mayor's office for bringing this together. This has been kind of a dream for some years, and they've just done a remarkable job bringing it to this point. Obviously, wholeheartedly support it.
Councilor Hardy?
Thank you. I really appreciate that presentation. That was helpful. Gave me a lot more information. The one aspect of the agreement that I was a little uncomfortable with when I first read it was that we're getting the money in the short term. The agreement lasts for the 5 years or whatever. I'm okay with the returning some of the money for marketing. That all makes sense. But the commitment that we would not treat county residents any different than city residents in perpetuity was a little concerning. And when I was first reading it, I didn't realize that the overall price tag, we're looking at $20 million. And I was thinking, okay, if the overall price is close to $2.5 million, and that's what the county's giving us, then I guess it makes sense to treat the county residents exactly the same as the city residents if the city or if the county paid for it to be built. But seeing that the overall price tag is 20 and the county is contributing the 2.5, it just makes me even more uncomfortable. I appreciate what you had said about, this isn't perhaps not a model that makes sense to charge resident and non-resident fees for. Is that also true for, obviously if we enter into this agreement, we can't treat county residents different than city residents, but would we consider, charging a tournament, a group from Colorado that comes in, we might charge them differently than a local league that wants to use the fields? Does that make sense? Would we make a differentiation for people outside the county versus people within the county?
Well, I think it's definitely operationally something we could look at. The crazy thing is that we're talking about here, Councilmember Harding, is that we're talking about a contact with one tournament director representing sometimes 220 teams all coming from around the nation to our home. So the derived benefit from trying to get, an extra rental charge out of that compared to the benefit of these visitors, I think that would be something we would constantly have to weigh, that we don't make the initial pricing a deterrent to keep us from I think the actual goal of this would be, to make sure that we're attracting people to our community through these major events while still taking care of our local community.
Okay. Anyway, so I just wanted to let you know, that's the one thing that kind of has me a little unsettled is we're Provo City's putting a lot of the money into this, and we're getting various grants from other places as well, but we're putting a lot of money into this. Our taxpayers are putting money into this, but then county residents are going to benefit even as we pay to maintain it in perpetuity. And so anyway, that's just the one. Are we? Is it worth the money that we're getting? And I'll defer. I'll defer to you guys' decision on this, but is that really a wise thing? Anyway, does that make sense for the people of Provo to enter into that agreement for that money up front with that long-term commitment in there?
And Keith may be able to speak to that, but the investment of the property compared in this design of facility compared to a $30 million perpetual rate of return in local spending.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Scott. So there's a $20 million initial cost to construct the facility, but if we're getting a $30 million return on that investment with tax dollars that are coming to our community, surely the Provo residents are being asked to help us build a facility. But I think the payback on their investment, could be as early as the first year or the second year, before we're making more money than we contributed to it by far. And I think the other thing to consider is just the ongoing kind of secured future of all the retail establishments that have been so significantly impacted. Like, if you've got this kind of infusion on an ongoing basis to your hotel industry, to your restaurants, to your retail establishment, all the traffic that they've been relying on just to stay alive now is multiplied by a factor of however many people we're bringing in for these tournaments. And it just strengthens them in a way that I don't think any other possible investment that we could do in any kind of demographic data that we could buy or businesses that we could attract to our community could possibly do.
Just to be clear, so I'm not, make sure I'm not mistaken, that $30 million is of economic impact. That's not, we don't expect to raise $30 million more of taxes each year based on.
No, that's the tax dollars that those tournament individuals would bring to the community that would be spent in hotels, restaurants, retail establishments, whatever, entertainment while they're here for those tournaments, getting gas in their cars, whatever.
So it is spending on taxes to Provo City, yes.
Right.
So $30 million more will be spent in the community, of which some of that will be taxed and will flow to us. Okay.
Exactly.
A model to look at, Councilmember Harding, is how, I guess if you were to just take an assessment of how does St. George and its citizenry feel about their investments in making St. George a winter tourist location for youth sports and all that. They've almost have made it a primary emphasis, a part of their economic development plan to get people down there. So I think there's probably many down there that pay taxes that would say, well, finally something that taxes that has a direct benefit and creates business and creates commerce in my community. So I'm sure there are a lot of people that look at it that way, along with providing local recreation opportunity too, because they do serve their local residents also.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This is an exciting project. In the interest of time, we'd better move on to the next item. Item number 4, resolution with regard to the mill race partners. And this item is to be presented by David Walter.
Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. This item is for the mill race project. You may recall that this was approved. This is going to be the redevelopment of an existing block in near the front runner station. Between the redevelopment agency and Mr. Justin Earl, the entire block was controlled. And so we entered into an owner participation agreement with Mr. Earl and his company in order to transfer the property and develop the entire block with an office tower, a condominium tower, and some multifamily rental units, along with some structured parking. Because this project is also located in an opportunity zone, Mr. Earl and his partners consulted with some tax people and decided that they needed to restructure the group in order to take advantage of all the opportunity zone credits. The proposed resolution and agreement transfer the owner participation agreement and the responsibilities from Mr. Earl to this new entity. I think it's important to point out that this entity is comprised entirely of the other members that were previously approved, as they're just restructuring in order to be able to take advantage of the opportunity zone credits and get that property under development and start the project going. I also want to point out that Mr. Earl has worked with his financing people, so it's going to be a larger number of phases with smaller components to each one, as opposed to the 3-phase project that we initially envisioned, but the scope of the development has not changed at all. So that's my presentation in a nutshell. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Walter? Seeing none, we'll move on to our next item. This item's scheduled to come to us again later tonight. Thank you, Mr. Walter.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 5 is a discussion regarding follow-up from the transportation retreat and the Slate Canyon Drive speed study. And this item is to be presented by Dave Decker, Rob Hunter, Lieutenant Huntsman, and Officer Knight.
Thank you, Chair Sewell, and thank you to the council and to the administration for the opportunity that we have in Public Works to make this presentation. I first want to acknowledge a couple of people that are involved in gathering information. Shane Winters and Rob Hunter have both been key instrumental. Also, we have new engineer Jared Lillywhite. Both Rob and Jared are fairly new to the engineering division in Public Works, and they have all played a significant role in preparing this presentation. I also wanted to mention to the council, I typically default to one of the traffic specialists for presentations relative to transportation, but I felt like given the current organization structure in Public Works and also some of the topics that we're covering, I felt that it was important for me as the Public Works Director to give this presentation today. We are going to try to cover 3 areas and respond to some council objectives in 3 pretty broad areas. And frankly, these areas probably need a lot longer conversation. We really don't have enough time to adequately address many of the issues, but I'm going to attempt to cover them at least on a preliminary basis. And if some additional follow-up needs to happen, I think that would be fine. I would also offer in introduction to the council and to others who may be listening, I am likely to step on some toes or offend some people with some of the thoughts and some of the presentations just relative to transportation. I think there's a pretty wide variety of views on some of these items, and we're certainly open to others' thoughts. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that the intent of the presentation was to open some dialogue and not to necessarily say absolutely these are the directions that the Public Works Department is going to go. So the first broad topic that I wanted to cover with the council is the transportation retreat. This happened in November of last year, and I think overall the transportation retreat was very successful. I felt like we, at least initially, we had in that first session, we had some very good presentations. I'll mention just one in particular, the MAG presentation. We had 2 or 3 members of the MAG staff make presentations. And Andrew Jackson was scheduled that night to make a presentation. And for some reason, he did not get a chance to make his presentation. And I was a little bit disappointed. Andrew is very good at what he does. He's the director of MAG and has to balance a wide variety of projects in many modes of transportation. And I think he would have probably helped the council understand the balancing act that he has to do as an individual and as a director over that organization in the different modes of transportation. And I feel like in Public Works, particularly in my position, I have a lot of the same demands that Andrew experiences in MAG. Obviously, his balancing is significantly more projects and significantly more dollars. But we have a similar approach and demand here in Provo as we balance many modes of transportation. And I've listed just a couple of these right here. The 4 major ones, mass transit, automobile, bike, and pedestrians. But I think it's also important, and you got this in the transportation retreat, I think there was a good understanding. There are subsets in these modes of transportation. For instance, in one of the previous cities that I worked for, I learned very quickly that the biking community has several subsets. In the particular community that I worked with, there was a road biker or racers that did not either use or appreciate more of the recreation facilities that we oftentimes built. It happened to be in Draper, and some of you may be familiar with the Point of the Mountain Trail that was built and some of the other facilities there. And some of those subsets would not use the facilities for a variety of reasons, and which was fine. But I just think it's important for the council and as the city staff looks at these different modes of transportation to understand that there are some subsets from time to time. There's also emerging transportation that don't fit neatly into some of these modes of transportation. The one that was brought up during the transportation retreat is the scooters that have been highly successful, and how they're treated, where the corridor that they potentially use, other laws that may have to be put in place in some of these emerging transportation areas. I think those are all excellent discussions that have to happen. Just a couple of MAG projects for the council to know about, and I think there's good knowledge on all 4 of these projects. But the Lakeview Parkway is a MAG project. The Provo River Trail Parkway is an active transportation trail that is in the current fiscal year. We're working with MAG on the pedestrian overpass at about 100 West and 600 South. Also, the MAG played a significant role in the airport. And again, this is not a traditional transportation conversation, but the airport obviously is emerging as a significant transportation means for Provo City. One of the things I also appreciated from the MAG presentation was how regional projects influence Provo City, even though they may or may not have a direct influence. They sometimes will impact Provo in an indirect way, either passing trips through Provo or in some mechanisms there's conversations. For instance, there was a conversation about a corridor going across Utah Lake in the future, and MAG starting to plan for that corridor. And one of the things that that I thought about was not just how that corridor influences potentially Provo and what kind of infrastructure we have to build on this side of the lake, but also the infrastructure that has to be supported on the opposite side where those trips may originate. And decisions that are made by other cities oftentimes will influence the type of mode of transportation that we have to anticipate here in Provo City, especially being the center of, or part of the center of Utah County as far as economic development and employment centers. So I think overall the MAG part of that transportation retreat was very informative. Just a couple of other takeaways, and again, I'm not doing the transportation retreat justice by doing this quickly, but there was a comment about trying things on an experimental basis, and I really noted that was an excellent suggestion made by one of the presenters during the during the transportation retreat, and not spending large dollars on big projects thinking that we're going to get a certain result, but to try it on a short-term basis under an experimental approach and make sure that the outcomes are exactly what we anticipate, or if there are other outcomes that we did not anticipate. The other couple of items that I noted during the transportation retreat, conversations about determining economic and employment functions in Provo City, general plan items, what do corridors look like? State Street was specifically mentioned, and a few other corridors. And I think those are all excellent conversations that need significant more time and discussion. So we're going to go to the second major topic, and we're just going to, again, very quickly touch on Center Street. Gary McGinn a few weeks ago mentioned this to the council, and he presented it very well. There has been a list of items put together between Public Works and some of the planning departments. That list, I believe, has been given to the council members, and during the upcoming budget process, starting in March, that list will be discussed in length with the council. So some CIP funding, if the council chooses to do that, some CIP funding can be dedicated to specific improvements or changes on Center Street. So right now that's the current approach with Center Street. So the next major topic that we wanted to cover relates to Slate Canyon Drive. But before I dive into some specifics on Slate Canyon Drive, I want to give some overall thoughts about collectors throughout Provo City. And I think it's important. Some of these statements, some of the facts that are on these on the spreadsheet, or excuse me, on the presentation. Council members may already know this. I don't want to assume that everybody understands every element of transportation. So we're going to do a little review. Some of the functional classification for roads is important to understand, where we have arterials. Sometimes we break them into major and minor arterials. We have collector roads and then local roads that all form different functions. They have different reasons to exist. And I think it's also important to note that this is not unique to just automobiles and vehicles. This happens in other modes of transportation. Mass transit especially is built basically around the same functional classification, where certain bus routes serve local areas, and they tend to feed a collector system or a minor arterial such as the UVX system, which feeds even a larger system, either heavy rail or light rail. And again, transportation and other modes are oftentimes built around this same logic. I also think it's important for the council and others that are involved to understand that collector roads will happen. They can be planned, they can be well planned by a city, but they oftentimes will happen by default and without planning. And the function and the human habit of using, in this particular case, a road system, we will either by default or by planning, good planning, we will set collector roads. There's been several comments made, and I think they're right on about natural or man-made barriers. I-15, the river through Provo River through Provo City, bridges, they all build barriers and sometimes designate collector roads based on a bridge, an underpass, and how we get through some of those barriers. But there's also other less significant things that will sometimes designate a collector road, and sometimes is something as simple as adding a traffic light on a major road will create the crossroad and designate it as a collector. The best example that I can give on this particular case is 900 West in the Dixon and the Franklin neighborhoods, both north and south of Center Street. I anticipate when 900 West was originally platted more than 100 years ago, they probably did not anticipate 900 West being a collector road. And yet, as we look at the fact that 900 West south of Center Street has a bridge or has a way across the railroad tracks, there was at some point a determination to add a traffic signal, which essentially formed a collector road, and it's especially impactful north of Center Street as it goes through the Dixon neighborhood. And we'll come back and talk a little bit more about that road in a few minutes. The next slide shows some specifics about Slate Canyon Drive, and I think it's important to note the date on this. And there were 3 other memos in electronic form that were given to the council. I hope the council staff has forwarded it to each of the council members. And as I went through some old files on Slate Canyon Drive, this particular staff report to the Planning Commission, it's dated in 1993. It is clear from this staff report that that Slate Canyon Drive essentially was classified as a collector road kind of last minute through the development process. It does not appear to be pre-planned. There's a recommendation in this memo encouraging a connection to the 300 South, and it does not appear that in any of the documents that I found in Public Works that there was some advanced planning in collector roads. And I think that's one of the significant issues, particularly with Slate Canyon Drive. And we'll come back and talk a little bit more about that. One other thing that my investigation into the Public Works files on Slate Canyon Drive indicated that it appears that the development went largely through a traditional process, determining densities and where homes would face, driveways, things like that. And again, kind of a last minute decision to make the road connection, which did not necessarily coincide with some of the decisions that were made about the corridor in general. And similar things have happened on other collector roads. Again, I touched on 900 West. A very similar development happened here. Again, this is probably close to 100 years ago when this part of the city was originally platted and started to be laid out, where many of the homes, driveways access collector roads. These are some pictures on 900 West. They're not fantastic pictures, but we can provide some additional information and pictures to the council if they wish on this particular road. There's a couple of other things from my experience that influence speed, not just on collector roads, but also on lower volume local roads. And And I think it's important to note that a transportation system is not the same as some of the other traditional systems that we deal with in public works. For instance, a water system, hydraulic modeling is very different than transportation modeling, mostly because water molecules have exact same properties. They are very predictable under any given activity or stress that we may put them under. And that is not the case in transportation. I think it's important to note that in transportation systems and acknowledge that we have independent human beings that are the operators of most of those transportation mechanisms that are taking advantage of those different modes, and acknowledge that those different individuals are going to make different decisions, and they're independent decisions, and sometimes they're not going to make the same decision that another individual and react the same way another individual is going to react. And I think it's important to note, even with some of the traffic calming devices that we'll talk about in a few minutes, those individuals, it's not a guarantee that every individual is going to react in the exact same way. In fact, I think it was Dave Shipley or Travis Hogan during the transportation retreat mentioned parking. I think it was during his experience at BYU and trying to get around some of the parking enforcement. And I think that's oftentimes a reaction to transportation, or attempts to slow transportation in general, is that there's oftentimes an effort made to try to avert the actual enforcement of transportation in general. And I think that's human nature again. If I haven't stepped on somebody's toes or offended somebody, I'm likely to do so on the rest of this slide right now. I think it's important to note that in some areas of transportation, there's an acknowledgement that age, gender, social economic factors, demographics, and obviously emotional factors will affect drivers, especially in automobiles, but again, in other modes of transportation. The auto insurance industry for years has pointed out and successfully defended in court and other areas that men generally drive faster than women do. Younger people generally drive faster, and this should be evident if you've ever tried to add a teenager or a younger person on your auto insurance recently, easily doubling, oftentimes doubling, or even more what a typical family would experience in auto insurance. And again, most of the time, the answer will come back either experience and or driving factor or driving speed is what the major factor in what they do in the auto insurance industry. Also, there are studies and other indicators that traffic volumes, connections to other roads, landscaping, the overall corridor appearance, and presence of bicycle, parking, pedestrians, they all influence speed and add either side friction or other components that a typical driver would respond to, or other operators of modes of transportation will respond to, but they don't all essentially respond the same way. One of the things that I've experienced in some of the transportation studies that I've been involved in is landscaping. There's one hand up. I don't know, Mr. Sewell, do you want me to complete?
Yeah.
You want me to
Yes.
stop?
Please go ahead and take the question from Councilor Ellsworth.
Okay.
You might be getting there. There might be more on this slide. I'm just curious, and I'll let you finish. If there's more than driver-specific influencers on speed and overall street on speed and width, I'm thinking of stop signs, stoplights, crossings.
You're right.
Those impact the speed.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So there are physical things that happen on the street, and we tried to. Again, this slide probably doesn't cover every single item in great detail. We're kind of getting into the point in the presentation where we could spend significant amounts of time just on a couple of these slides. And you're absolutely right. There are some other things, located physically within the corridor that influence those speeds. So we're just trying to touch on a few of these ideas, not a complete conversation at this point. So one of the things that we wanted to point out, and this happens to be a speed study that I've been involved with. This is an illustration of a road and a subdivision that I'm familiar with in Salt Lake City, located at about 2100 East and 900 South near the University of Utah. Salt Lake City has studied this area for many years over many different factors. And one of the things that they have concluded in this particular subdivision, and I picked one of the best roads. There's a number of roads that we could have chosen here, but one of the factors that they've determined is just this tree canopy makes a huge difference in the speed. This road is a relatively narrow road. It happens to be 26 feet wide. It has very low parking ratios on it. So it does allow for a fairly open corridor. There are other roads that are collector roads. This is not a collector road, but there are some other roads in this neighborhood that are collector roads, but they have very similar tree canopies. And just the overall appearance of the corridor has a huge impact on speeds. And again, this is one of the founding studies as far as the influence of landscaping and how it influences driver behavior. One of the things that I wanted to point out, and I've made part of the point already relative to the development process for Slate Canyon Drive. I suspect at the time the Provo City Code did not have restrictions on driveway access on collector roads, and particularly given the process, it may not have been able to be done anyway with Slate Canyon Drive, but our current code does. And you can see at the bottom of the slide in chapter 15, we have a section of the code that limits driveway access on collector roads and arterials, but specifically in this discussion, collector roads, unless they're approved by either Public Works or other departments. And a couple of examples you can see here: Broadview Shores, the upper picture here, where Broadview Shore has done a really good job. Ivory Homes has done a really good job in developing the local collectors, what we call the subdivision collector part of the development, with very few driveways. They've done an excellent job. I want to give one other example, and I know the next slide shows recent approval of DR Horton development on 500 West near the Lakeview Parkway. Not looking at, and I'm not making a comment about any other aspect of this development other than just looking at it strictly from a transportation and transportation modes, and specifically automobile. You can see the main road that cuts through the development does not have driveways that access out onto it, and I think they've done a really good job in limiting driveway access and reducing the potential hazards, the conflicts that are created when we have multiple driveways going out on collector roads. So some of the specifics, again, going back to Slate Canyon Drive, and some of the pictures that we've selected here, we've chosen very strategically. We happen to have had people out on the road during the day of the week when garbage pickup is scheduled. I believe it's on a Wednesday, and And this is an important component, obviously, of the road. It's not directly, obviously, it's not directly connected to transportation, but due to the parking and some other features, the garbage cans and the placement of the garbage cans does make a difference in the overall operation of this roadway. I mentioned before, collector systems in this particular case does not appear to have been set beforehand. It was either midstream or very late in the development process when it was determined to make it a collector status. Lots of driveways, many driveways face onto this section of Slate Canyon Drive, and it makes a big difference. And then also subsequent decisions made as far as the development around Slate Canyon Drive, particularly east of it, where multifamily housing was established in 3 different neighborhoods, adding a little bit more traffic than perhaps single family developments would have occurred. Again, some more detail about Slate Canyon. So in November of 2020, obviously we had gotten quite a bit of feedback from both the council, from the neighborhood, from the administration on concerns about Slate Canyon Drive. And so we did a week-long study in November of 2020. This was before students had left for Thanksgiving break. And I think it's important also to note that this is the 4th time the Slate Canyon Drive has had a specific study, a speed study done on it. You can see the dates of the past study on this slide. We modified the study a little bit in this particular study in 2020, where we looked specifically about origin and destination of trips on Slate Canyon Drive. We isolated the study area to be just south of the entrance into the Slate Canyon Trailhead, and went down to 14, I think it's 1400 south or 1450 south on the very south end. In addition to the speed, the traffic volume, parking, the traditional items that you look at in a study of this magnitude, we also did what they call an origin and destination study. And we spent time, all times of the day, looking at how much traffic was actually being generated from either on Slate Canyon Drive or residents that live immediately adjacent to Slate Canyon Drive versus cut through traffic. And you might be surprised by this data. So the next slide shows some of the data from the study. So the average speed, and you can see we had 2 points over on the right-hand side of this slide. We had 2 points that we were looking at speed, and you can see the north end and the south end have slightly different average speed in the 85th percentiles, but they range between average speeds between 28 and 31 miles per hour. By the way, just as a reminder, it's posted at 25 miles an hour. The 85th percentile speed ranges between 34 and 36 miles per hour. And about 20% are following the speed limit. That's 25 miles per hour or less on Slate Canyon Drive. About 54% of the traffic is going 30 miles an hour or less on Slate Canyon Drive. A couple more statistics from this study. We'll go to the next slide. The average daily traffic, you can note, is a little bit different on the north end and the south end. The south end's a little bit higher at about 2,500 trips per day. And as I indicated the study, we specifically wanted to know the cut-through traffic, traffic that is not being generated in this particular study area immediately adjacent to Slate Canyon Drive. And northbound traffic, about 15% is cut-through traffic. Southbound, about 19%. So the cars travel completely through the study area without stopping at one of the homes or one of the destinations in the study area. We did this, just by the way, it's probably important to know how we did this. We used cameras, we used drones, we also used student interns, and positioned them at all the entrances and exits in the study area using radios, we could monitor and communicate with each other cars that were either turning into adjacent streets and determining, actual vehicles that were traveling completely through the Slate Canyon study area. And again, I think for most people, as those numbers show, they're generally surprised by the fact that less than 20% is actual cut-through traffic. 80% or more of the traffic is generated within the homes that face Slate Canyon Drive or adjacent subdivisions, developments that are on the east side. We also looked at parking. I know you had a presentation 2 weeks ago on parking on Slate Canyon, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but essentially found the exact same information. About 75% of the parking stalls are occupied. During peak times, it can go up to 90%, but as a general rule, about 75%. We also observed some parking on Slate Canyon Drive by off-street residents. I was there a week and a half ago and noted to the staff, I spent about 15 or 20 minutes doing what they call a spot speed study for northbound traffic. And while I was there for just 15 or 20 minutes, had 2 residents come in, flip a U-turn in front of me and park on the east side of Slate Canyon Drive and walk over the berm into developments that were adjacent to Slate Canyon Drive. They were parking there instead of inside the development itself. Given those results on Slate Canyon Drive, I think it's important to note how they compare to other collectors that are within Provo City, and you might find this very interesting. Slate Canyon Drive is located down at the bottom of this list. This is not a complete list by any means. It's not intended to be a complete list of collectors within Provo City. It's ones that we, collector roads that we identified that might be good comparisons. And you can see Slate Canyon is toward the lower end as far as the average daily traffic. I'll let you look through the average speed in the 85th percentile, width of roads that vary. And again, I'll point out 900 West, particularly in the 200 North. We particularly looked at this between 100 North and 400 North. It's the narrowest section of 900 West. It has the highest average daily traffic on the list that you have in front of you. Some of the highest speeds. It's one of the narrower roads in the list. This may obviously be influenced by 500 West and the construction that's being done on 500 West. I suspect that a lot of the traffic that's on 900 West right now, and again, this was observed. I did a spot speed study on this location as well. Lots of people traveling north of 500 North, going into the area between 500 North and 800 North, traveling down 900 West. One other thing that we wanted to compare against, Lakeshore Drive, it's a collector road also. You can see how the volumes compare on Slate Canyon. Slate Canyon's on the bottom of the list. Lakeshore Drive is actually posted at 30 miles an hour, and you can see how Lakeshore Drive at different locations compare. I should note specifically one of the areas that we looked at Lakeshore Drive is near Provo High School, and the average speed in the 85th percentile actually, given the fact that we have a high school relatively close to it, is actually lower than we had anticipated. And so it's a relatively, again, being cautious there, it's a relatively good report on Lakeshore Drive. We also compared Slate Canyon Drive, again at the bottom of the list, to several other local roads. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you can see all of these roads are posted at 25 miles an hour, and you can see the average and the 85th percentile that we oftentimes look at in speed studies. So addressing specific concerns on Slate Canyon Drive and other collectors for that matter, I would encourage the council to note that we do have other collectors that are in similar and potentially more hazardous conditions. I would encourage you to be cautious about picking out one particular road without acknowledging that there may be others that are having similar situations. We're going to specifically address and make some recommendations relative to striping, to the overall appearance of the corridor, the landscaping, and also creating some friction with the drivers. So the recommendations as we move forward, you can see some of the general recommendations. Again, some of these are going to, we'll get to Slate Canyon Drive in just a minute here, but overall on collector roads, these are some of the recommendations that we're making as far as the lane striping. In some cases, a buffered bike lane may be a benefit, traffic circles or roundabouts. And particularly with traffic circles and roundabouts, we want to make a variable surface, both entering and exiting the roundabout to help slow vehicles as they go through these traffic circles. We'll also make some recommendations about some mid-block improvements and chicanes that might be beneficial in some cases. So specifically to Slate Canyon Drive, and I have to tell you, we've made these renderings. We asked a consultant to generate some of these renderings. We really only gave the consultant about 2 days to do those, and in a few cases we have some challenges. They're not complete, but we are making, I think they give a pretty good idea about the recommendations that we're making. So on some of the roads that attach to Slate Canyon, we're recommending a traffic circle or a roundabout. You can see a rendering of what it's going to look like, or a similar approach. We're trying to indicate in this particular slide, you can see close both sides of this traffic circle. We're trying to vary the surface. That is not intended to be a traditional brick sidewalk or crosswalk. That is intended, we had originally thought about doing a rumble strip, but rumble strips tend to generate quite a bit of noise and a complaint from the citizens. But we are looking at a variable surface to try to influence the driver, make the vehicle feel like it's not comfortable driving faster than 25 miles an hour or even 20 miles an hour, influencing with the surface of the road. It's probably one of the most effective ways. And then also a wide enhancement of landscaping, again, an improvement to the overall corridor. We're going to go through these slides relatively quickly. The consultant generated a couple of different ideas at different points, again, all along Slate Canyon. We also, one of the conversations on this slide that we talked about, it is not shown on this slide, but one of the variations that we may encourage the consultant to look at is sliding the landscaping that's on the right-hand side. Instead of leaving it up to the edge of the bike lane, actually slide the landscaping up to the edge of the travel lane for automobiles and divert the bike lane right at this roundabout to the immediate area adjacent to the sidewalk. I'm not sure if you can visualize that, but it would slide the bike lane toward the sidewalk and actually push the physical object closer to the automobile travel lane, creating a little bit more of a narrow entrance. It slows traffic. Again, another help to slow traffic as it goes into the traffic circle. Again, just a couple of other pictures, renderings that potentially could help in Slate Canyon. And these are some air photos. The next slide shows some air photos, renderings of some of these ideas that we've generated to this point. I would also, in addition to those specific recommendations on Slate Canyon Drive, I would encourage the council to address some parking issues on Slate Canyon Drive. We noted during our evaluation on Slate Canyon Drive, some of the developments on the east side, all of them have limited parking. and particularly the most recent, I believe it's Aspen Summit or Aspen Meadows. I think it goes by a couple of names, but it's on the very north end on the east side. We noted as we went through the parking in that particular neighborhood, and we'll go to the next slide and show you an air photo. The loop road that goes around the development makes a complete loop. It is 31 feet, 32 feet in asphalt. That is not including the gutter on both sides. So the actual asphalt width is about 31 or 32 feet. The interior roads are 24 feet. When Aspen Summit was approved, parking was not allowed on roads of this width. In the current public works standards, parking is allowed on both sides of the road of a 30-foot development. So the outer loop road could potentially have parking on both sides of the roads. 24-foot wide roads are allowed, and parking is allowed on one side of the roads in the current public works standards. So I would encourage the council to have staff reevaluate parking options. Again, we acknowledge, given the number of driveways that access these roads, parking on street may be very limited. We may only generate 10 or so stalls by doing this exercise, but it may help the situation as far as parking on Slate Canyon Drive. It's my review, my perception, and some of the neighbors that I spoke with, not all of them, but some of them indicated that there is a little bit of a perception that parking has kind of been pushed, or a problem has been pushed on the Slate Canyon Drive relative to parking. I noticed there's a couple of hands up.
Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Decker. This is very, very helpful. Excuse me. And I love the digital imagery. I think that's actually very helpful. You're aware, I think, that we've had very similar problems on 1450 East. And Shane and a couple others had been working with us over the years to try to come up with some mitigation strategies for speeding there, which I think I don't remember what the average speed is, but it's I'm sure quite a bit higher. There's very few cars on the side of the road. There are the bike lanes, but there's also a very steep hill, which factors in, I'm sure, as well. One of so the question I have is, one, could something similar be drawn up for 1450 East? And maybe the bigger question is, how do we go about enacting those kinds of mitigations concretely without, I mean, what's the proper process? I mean, we've had such a difficult time getting neighbors on 1450 East, which also, right, is a collector that has driveways coming in and out of it. We've had trouble getting neighbors to agree on the right strategy, the location of the roundabout, and in some cases, people felt like, if you put that near my driveway, that puts me at greater risk, and so on. So I'm wondering if there's a way to visualize it a little better, like you've presented here, and then what you would recommend is the process for building consensus. I mean, I don't like the idea of us just coming in and telling them what we're going to do. On the other hand, if we just sit around and wait for 100% of the people to agree, we just nothing happens. So I'm open to your help on selfishly on 1450 East, but I think it might be applicable to these other situations if you have some thoughts.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. I think 1450 East is in a similar situation where it probably occurred, or at least part of the development process happened without it being really designated as a collector road, and then at some point, just given the fact that it was a through road, it became part of the overall system. Again, kind of becoming a collector almost by default. And I would suggest, I don't think that we're going to get a consensus on the overall approach. As I've spoken to some, and it certainly hasn't been, you know, every neighbor in Slate Canyon Drive. It's clear that they have, you know, difference of opinions, and rightly so. They should. And there's, you know, traffic circles will have, you know, some negative impacts, you know, in some of those immediate homes that are adjacent to the traffic circles or the roundabouts. But I think a similar approach needs to happen on 1450. I think other collector roads probably need to be a point of discussion with the council in probably each budget session. We intend to have a very similar list on Slate Canyon Drive that the council can look at and determine how far down the list do we want to go on Slate Canyon Drive, but probably ought to have a similar discussion about other collectors within the city and how we start to fund some of these improvements. I will also make one other suggestion, and I think the staff is going to be, you'll see the staff get, particularly in Public Works, more aggressive with the collectors. You've already seen it in the new subdivisions coming through, but you know, sometimes it's beneficial for the council, for the planning commission to look at new development just strictly from a traffic standpoint for just a second. Pull yourself away from the other development issues and just say, are we making, you know, good decisions as far as a collector and local roads, and help support staff in recommendations as far as limiting driveways on what could potentially be a collector road, and adding roundabouts, adding landscaping. All of those things help, you know, the overall approach at moving forward. Our biggest challenge, though, in Provo, though, I think, is on roads that have already been developed as collector roads and didn't, you know, they're not following the current standards just because they were developed 20 years ago or longer. And access obviously is creating a lot of the problem. I noticed a couple more hands.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave, let me just say at the outset, thank you very much. This is a remarkably thorough study, very thoughtful, very comprehensive. Several takeaways. I guess the major takeaway for me is this Slate Canyon Drive seems to be Exhibit A for the major problems that arise when we end up with a collector road by default. This road should never have been a collector. The housing density is just simply too high. We have so many young families with little children there. And the street parking, as you've observed, exacerbates the problem. Little children darting out between cars, golly, they're just reaction time just isn't enough. And so, you know, combine that right with the driveway problem, garbage cans, the clutter, everything else. So it seems to me that there are a variety of things that you've raised. I had some ideas and you've raised more. Speed bumps, stop signs, flashing signs, speed indicators, and those little portable things you bring in that show people what their speed is compared to the posted speed. Pedestrian crossings. I was thinking you mentioned some other landscaping possibilities, the rumble strips, the roundabouts. Those are all terrific. I'm wondering if when we do reach a decision on whatever the city wants to do on that street, if we couldn't also combine it with a major education campaign that is sending notices out to people who live in the neighborhood, having a strong police presence for a month to reinforce the speed, the seriousness of staying within the limits. And I'm thinking if we did this street right, you know, I think we don't need any more studies. Apparently this is our fourth study. So it's time to do something. And if we did it right, we can learn from this one. We can help other similar quasi-collector streets in residential neighborhoods like 1450 East. So again, thank you so much. This is what the neighbors have been wanting for years. So let's make it happen. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And if I can add, we're still a couple of slides away from finishing. There are a couple of things that were recommended or asked. We were asked to look at, and we still need to address those items at the end of the presentation. So I don't know if you want me to finish, or I know there's a list hand up.
Councillor Shipley.
Yeah, I wonder if quickly we could get a sense for if we're to retrofit according to those drawings that you had earlier with the roundabout. What is the approximate cost to take an existing collector road and put as it was shown there? I mean, I don't need an exact number, but just for a sense of how much that would cost.
So we had a conversation within our engineering group, and I threw out $500,000 for probably 4 traffic circles or roundabouts with landscaping. And most of the engineers, I have to tell you, most of the engineers that were in the room looked at me and said that's probably undershooting it because of the difficulty in obtaining water for the landscaping and some of the other things. But you're probably in the neighborhood of around $500,000 for what we're suggesting here, and maybe more.
All right, please continue, Mr. Decker. Thank you.
So the next couple of slides, we just showed some parking issues. Some of them are on roads that aren't allowed, but also one of the issues that we noted, and you can stop there for just a second, Jimmy, sorry. One of the things that we noted was parking, oftentimes finding cars parked over the sidewalks. It's a fairly common problem in this area and other areas in Provo. I took this particular picture just to note we had a lot of feedback from the neighbors about motorhomes and boats and trailers being parked. You'll note 4 or 5 cars up on this particular photo. An RV parked, did not look like it had been moved for a long time. I couldn't get a decent enough picture to illustrate that, but it seems like, and I think Gary McGinn addressed at least some of the parking concerns. There is a need for some revised thought, I guess I'll say, as far as parking. I'll also suggest, as far as enforcement, Mr. Fillmore mentioned, I think that his approach with education, given the number of trips that are being generated, I think it's a very good idea. And also a strong police presence at different periods of times and consistent. I know part of the presentation here in just a few minutes, you'll hear from the police department, and I suspect that they will indicate as other departments have indicated, manpower can be an issue, and especially trying to consistently address problems with speeding. It does require some manpower, and I'll let them address that specifically. The last slide here, again, we're kind of going through a couple of parking things just for the sake of time here. The last slide talks about a couple of suggestions that we were asked to look at. One of them was switching the parking and the bike lanes, switching them in the cross section on Slate Canyon Drive. It's not recommended from the Public Works Department, primarily given the number of driveways that intercept Slate Canyon Drive. I don't know if you can picture this. We on the right-hand side, we tried to find a picture where this had happened, and it does happen in some urban settings, but generally where there's very few driveways that intercept, the bike lane. You can picture somebody coming in and trying to turn into a driveway. The parked vehicles actually create a barrier or hiding place for the bikes, and actually create a very significant safety issue, particularly in both directions. Having a driver understand that he's got a conflict with a bike lane that is now hidden from view coming off the road. That is not recommended from the Public Works standpoint. We were also asked to look at stop signs. We've looked at the traditional warrant studies right now, and we actually have a consultant looking at geometrics. We have not given up on that idea, but I will note that some of the manuals that we use, the manual on uniform traffic control devices, specifically indicates that stop signs are not to be used as speed treatments. I will indicate, I'll tell you that every city does not always hold to that recommendation. And there's probably a few examples that I can give outside of Provo and even inside Provo where that has probably not been completely observed. But that is one of the items that Public Works is looking at in great detail. We don't have enough information right now on that particular request to say yes or no on it. The other one that we were specifically asked to look at, speed bumps or speed tables. And one of the concerns that I have experienced in my career, again, one of the past cities that I worked for, they did have a policy where speed bumps were allowed under certain circumstances. Very early on in my tenure there, they asked Public Works to look into it. In one particular circumstance, it was a collector road. And there was a series of roads adjacent to this collector roads. And we were concerned and made a recommendation that the council not put speed bumps on this road. The council chose to do it. And 2 weeks later in their city council meeting, the neighbors on the adjacent road came out in force. It was an hour and 30 minutes, an hour and a half worth of public comment just on that one topic, because the speed bumps effectively pushed the traffic off of the designated collector road onto another local road. And I am particularly concerned that that will happen in Slate Canyon Drive. I noted if you live in the north end of Slate Canyon Drive and wanted to travel south, you probably wouldn't have the patience to wait and drive over 6 or 8 speed bumps that would probably slow you down on Slate Canyon Drive. And you'd elect to go down 900 South or 920 South. Those roads will become the new collector system effectively for Slate Canyon Drive. And I think it would only compound a series of decisions by the city that have kind of led us to where we are, and we're only going to make it worse if we're not careful. So I would be very cautious about the approach, the overall approach here on Slate Canyon. It's not an easy situation, but I don't think we want to magnify the problem and push it somewhere else. So that's the end of the presentation that we have right now. If there's any questions.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to speed bumps and speed tables. I could see the problem there. I was hopeful maybe that speed tables would be a little more acceptable. But I wanted to ask you about something else. I saw an article a while back about fake speed bumps. That is striping across the road, kind of a 3D paint job that makes it look like there's a speed bump, which causes people to reflexively slow down. Is that worth examining?
So some of those approaches will be effective for a short period of time, but one of the things that you learn in traffic, particularly dealing with automobiles, that the effect, again, you're dealing with a human being here, and the effect of changing striping or changing landscaping even, or changing color, they sometimes have a short-term effect, and you have to be willing to make some adjustments to, again, attract the attention of the driver, and again, some of those physical elements. One of the ones that I think is best on the list is the rumble strip idea. And again, not necessarily leaning completely to a rumble strip, a traditional rumble strip, but I think it's the same approach or the same request that we heard from the council on Center Street. As traffic enters Center Street going eastbound off of a higher speed, the UDOT section, trying to effectively slow it down, that same approach is what we're recommending here. And they are much more effective than a temporary color change or striping change. And because the drivers, again, Mr. Fillmore, you got to realize that around 80% of the traffic on this road lives in very close proximity to the road or on the road itself. They'll figure this out really quickly. If it's not, if it's just a fake striping effect, the next day they'll know that.
Yeah, I can see where the rumble strip would be far more effective. Well, thank you again, Mr. Decker. This has been terrific for taking such a comprehensive approach. Much appreciated.
Looks like there's another hand.
Councilor Harding, and I'll note that we're getting farther behind schedule.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. So I am more familiar with 900 West that you've talked about. I can definitely see how speed bumps would divert traffic onto the other streets. On Slate Canyon, it surprises me a little bit, and maybe it's, when you talk about 6, but if there were just a couple of them, because there may not be good alternatives on Slate Canyon, depending on where they're placed. Anyway, that just was what it struck me, that speed bumps, that negative part of speed bumps may not be as applicable to Slate Canyon, depending on how many and where they're located. So that was just a thought that I had while you were talking. But the important things I wanted to say is I appreciate how you introduced it and you talked about it during the presentation. What we're talking about here also applies to some, not all, but some other collectors throughout the city. We've talked about 1450 as well. And I do appreciate your awareness, that we should treat all areas equally. And I like that idea of coming to the council every budget cycle saying, here's our list, how far down do we want to fund this budget cycle. I'd love to see that list prioritized by where the greatest need is and move through it that way. So you have my support on that. And then the other thing you mentioned is that the council can help by being supportive of staff on, driveways and things like that. And I want to be supportive, as you just identified and requested. I'm trying to think back, though, that there have been times where the council has made decisions that weren't aligned with staff recommendations. But I'm trying to think of a time when we did so, where we approved something where the staff had recommended it not be approved for reasons like driveways and things like that. And maybe I'm just forgetting. I do have a bad memory, but I just wanted to voice my support for that. And I do think. Hopefully this discussion was very good, and hopefully that the council broadly will support these type of traffic concerns and things as we get recommendations in the future.
Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I really appreciate this comprehensive report and all the work that's gone into it. This is phenomenal. I'd love to read this report if you could send it to us, and then the older reports, I'd be happy to read those as well. It sounds like from the earlier part of your presentation that street trees definitely make a difference, and I'm happy to sponsor an update to our street tree ordinance if that's something that you think would be beneficial. Some of these twiggy, fruity little trees I don't think add much to the aesthetic, and they don't seem to calm traffic. So if we can update that, I'm 100% supportive. And the last comment I'll make is that I just really love to be a stakeholder in these meetings, since this is my district and it's my immediate neighborhood. And this is a road I drive hundreds of times each year. So yeah, I'd love to be included.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. This really was terrific. Now, was there another part of this presentation?
So I believe at least the schedule says that there is a police sergeant, I believe, that's going to do a short presentation.
Yeah, I'm showing that as being part of this item, so I think we would just move directly into that at this point. If someone is here that's ready to present that.
There's a hand up by one of the attendees.
Oh, thank you. Didn't see that. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is Lieutenant Huntsman with the Motors and Traffic Unit. And on the original request for some of this information, it was just asked that we be present for any questions that you may have regarding enforcement. So there's not necessarily a presentation for you, but just any information you would need, we'd be happy to obtain for you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have a hand from Lieutenant Wootson as well. Go ahead.
I think that was just him indicating that he was presenting the police portion of that.
Oh, okay. Same person, sorry. Are there any questions for the lieutenant? Councilor Handley.
Yeah, I just am curious to know, I mean, I know there are limited resources, so I don't know how much ability the department has, but how would we go about setting up some sort of enforcement effort of the kind that Mr. Fillmore was describing, say on, in my case, on 1450 East, if we thought that a sort of blitz on enforcement might help with things there. In that case, I happen to know from talking to Shane Winters that the vast majority of the speeders are the residents themselves. So it's not as if these are people who are just passing through and won't remember the lesson, but maybe there's a bit of a sort of warning process that could happen.
Do you have a response for that, Lieutenant?
How about now?
There we
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, definitely. In fact, citizen requests for speed enforcement or overwatch is what we call it, is constant. So getting into that area for a period of time to more so make an education than per se tickets, but we could do that at any time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'd be interested in learning or receiving more data on car accidents on Slate Canyon Drive, if that's available, and citations and things like that. I think that one of the tables that was presented says that there were no car accidents on Slate Canyon Drive from 2016 to 2020. It might just be at a certain intersection, but I was in a car accident on Slate Canyon Drive, so I think that the data just might be off, or it might exclude something.
Am I still audible?
Yes.
Okay, so in 2020, our recorded traffic accidents were 25 along the corridor. Approximately 10 of those fell into the state reporting requirement. The others would have been non-reportable, like minor fender benders under a certain dollar amount.
Okay.
Throughout the averages from about 2015 to 2020, it seems right around 24 to 25 per year.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I think there's a clarification about serious car accidents versus any car accident. What's the difference between a serious car accident and any car accident?
Serious car accident would involve major property damage or personal injury. And injury accidents for that time period were 4 in 2020. Non-reportable total accidents were 7, meaning there's a very small under certain reporting requirements. And then hit and run related accidents were 4. And that would be a summary of all the traffic accidents for that area for 2020.
Thanks, that's helpful.
All right. Well, unless there's any more questions, we better move on here. We're getting farther behind, but that was an outstanding presentation, and we really, really appreciate it. Let's move on to, well, let's see. Actually, this is the time for our scheduled break. We are quite a bit behind, so try to get back as quick as you can, but we'll allow up to 10 minutes. Next item is a discussion on Provo City Code. I'm not hearing anything, by the way. Can you hear me? Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you. Provo City Code Section 9.8 parking permit program. And this item will be presented by John Magnus, our council policy analyst. I'm showing we're about 17 minutes behind, so anything you could do to summarize, John, would be helpful. Is John connected? I see slides, but I don't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Sorry.
we can hear you.
Okay. I was asked to prepare this presentation to give a background on how the parking permit application works. Last meeting we had a hearing on one. Tonight you'll have a hearing on another parking permit area, and then in 2 weeks after this you'll have yet another one. This is kind of an overview of how the system works. My computer is frozen. So Provo City Code 9.80 is the chapter that deals with parking permit. Basically, it's set up so the council can create these areas when we have an influx of non-residents using the residential area for parking, and when there's not enough on-street and off-street parking for the residents themselves. The process is pretty straightforward. There's an application. After the application is deemed complete, the council holds a public hearing to determine public interest. At that point, the council can send the application to the parking coordinator for study or can deny the application. If it goes to this for the parking study, the parking coordinator has 120 days to complete the study, return it back to municipal council. You have another hearing to see if there's interest. If there is, you pass a resolution of intent. If not, you deny the application and the application is dead. You have another time clock where you can hold the public hearing for the creation of the public parking permit area. After you hold that hearing, you can, by ordinance, create the area or you can deny it. Who can apply for a permit? A mayor, council member, any Provo City residents can apply for, put the application in. If the application is by a Provo City resident, there's a few more things they have to do. They have to, besides these things, it's why they want it, the areas, the boundaries, a statement for the manor. The resident, they have to actually get a petition together, collect signatures from the residents of the area that would be affected, and pay fees. After application is deemed complete, the council holds the hearing. You determine the level of support. You can either send it to the parking coordinator or you can reject it. If the application was rejected, then the applicant, if it's a citizen, gets the fees back. Parking study coordinator has 120 days to review the application and submit a report to the mayor and the municipal council. These are the things they're trying to verify. The signatures, if applicable, all the relevant things that are happening, transportation, what's the minimum requirements, the print boundaries, time restrictions, how much it's going to cost, how we're going to enforce it, and timeline for implementing it. These are the processes they have to go through and be included in the report. After the study is complete and it's been turned over to the council has 90 days to have the hearing, and that's where we are with the 3 that we're currently working through right now. We have the reports, and now you're doing the 90-day review. In that 90 days, you can either pass a resolution of intent to create it, or you can reject the application. If you reject it, the application is dead. If you pass the resolution, then everybody who owns property in the area has to be notified and has to give a copy of the resolution. And also within 90 days, you have to have council shall have a public hearing to create the parking permit area. There's requirements for that. You have to send, again, notice to everybody who's going to be affected, who lives in the area. We have some noticing in the mail. We have the purpose for the hearing, location, boundaries, the parking permit term restrictions, and the permit fee to be charged. This all has to be made available to the public prior to the hearing. Then when you have a hearing at the council meeting, again, at this point, you can either deny or accept it. If you accept the parking permit area study and you want to go through with it, then you have to pass it by ordinance, which you can do immediately after you have the public hearing. This is a quick flow chart, shows the applicants who can do it. You have the application, you have the first hearing. It's a yes, no chart. If no, it goes away. Yes, you have the study. After the study, you have to have another 90 days to set another hearing. You can say yes or no again. No, it goes away. Yes, then you have to have yet another hearing within 90 days for the creation of it, and it has to be done by ordinance. So that is it in a nutshell. Sorry, I'm flying, but I am trying to make up some time for you guys. Is there any questions?
Any questions for John? That was a very efficient presentation.
Trying to help you get back on track.
Thank you. Councilor Ellsworth.
I'm sorry, John, can you go back to one of the first slides? It was probably the first slide. Oh, almost. This one. Okay. Does it say in our code that this is for areas where we have like commuters coming in, restricting parking for residents?
Basically, yeah. The code is kind of designed so when you have an influx of non-residents using the residential area for parking, I would guess, I didn't look at the history of it, but I would guess it has to do with the BYU students parking in and around the university, using the local residents' neighborhoods for parking.
Okay.
So this is why the chapter was created, to create this. But this is not the only thing that it does. I mean, there's 7 other things that we can use to evaluate, to make a decision. But this is just kind of the bare bones things we look at when we're doing it.
Right. No, I'm interested in that element because the parking permit program that we currently have is based on that premise that students were kind of coming into a traditional residential area and parking there during the day. And that was alleviated with the parking permit program. But the 2 that I can think of, the Carterville one and the Slate Canyon Drive one, are different from that kind of impetus. And then I don't remember what the 3rd parking permit program was.
Right. Well, in 9.80.020, there's some legislative findings, and one of it has to do with excessive parking demands, and decline of living conditions, which would be another way for us to get into this parking permit for an area where there's not enough on-street and off-street parking for the residents themselves.
Is there a threshold in our ordinance that says, and maybe this is too much for our ordinance and it shouldn't be this specific, but is there a threshold that says once you've met like 70% or 80% or 90% of available on-street parking, then this is appropriate, or then this could be considered, or is that more open to interpretation?
No, there are no set standards. At what point do you need to have it? But that is part of the study, the design criteria that comes into the fact. And again, it has to do with how many on-street parking spaces are being utilized, but it does not give us a floor at 80% you trip it or 90% you trip it. Just is one of the things that you look at.
Okay.
Or the parking coordinator looks at when they're doing the study.
All right. Thanks for clarifying that for me.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for John? All right. Thank you, John. That was great. You helped get us much closer to being back on track. I'd just like to remind everyone that we are planning a very short break right before 3:30 for the observance of the Provo City bell ringing in memorial for the Utah residents who have died of COVID. So if possible, this next item is scheduled for 30 minutes. If possible, it would be great if we could get it a couple minutes under that so that we could be finished by 3:30. If not, we'll have to have a short break and then resume afterwards. So this is a discussion regarding a previously rejected rezone proposal. It's going to be presented by Aaron Ardmore, and it says here also the developer, perhaps.
Yeah, if I may start, Chair, that's a good introduction. So this application, if you recall, came in front of you on November 10th and was at that time denied for a low density residential zone. But in that discussion, I'm not sure if it was part of the motion or not, but during the discussion with the applicant at the hearing, he was encouraged to come back if he chose with a very low density residential zone request. And if he did that within 60 days, the council would hear that request. Other than that, I know that some updated graphics were forwarded to John for Mr. LaFontaine's presentation. That kind of shows how he would align with that VLDR as opposed to the LDR zone change. But I do see that he's on, so I'll just yield the rest of my time to him, if that's okay.
Sure. Dan, it does look like he's here. Go ahead.
Hello, guys. Yeah, there's, I reworked the, reworked this plat so there'll be a VLDR. The only thing that's different here is the two separate buildings. There's two duplexes right off of 3900 North that you see. And then the two south of that are two separate buildings. Those are, I guess I didn't get the rendering in quick enough for that, but those are actually, that's just another duplex there. And the entrance comes in, the entrances of those are off, what is that, 70 East, I think they call that now. And yeah, you could see it there. And then the other one is on the other side of that building. And both of the garages come in the same, well, the entry garage is on the south, or I'm sorry, on the north of those buildings. So it's a little bit different. I have it, but you guys apparently do not. But see, essentially, the only thing that's different is that 5 and 6 are not separated like that. They're actually one duplex.
So Mr. Sewell, if I may also add, I think some of the concerns last time were the density. At the time, we were recommending or approval of a rezone to the LDR with a density maximum through a development agreement of 10 units, where that zone at the time of his application allowed 15 units per acre. That's been changed to 12 units per acre. This VLDR zone he's requesting now allows up to 7 units per acre, which is what he is showing with his existing home, would be the 7th unit on his parcel, which is just over 1 acre in size. So I don't know if you had any questions for me or him, but I think that's all we have to present on this item.
Okay, thank you. It looks like Councilor Harding has a question.
So my understanding is that the the application has changed just a little bit from what we had there, and it will be 3 duplexes rather than 2 duplexes and 2 single-family detached. And I'm okay with that. I do appreciate in the renderings of what we have, it shows that the homes that have street frontage are facing that frontage. I just wanted to verify the one duplex that was consolidated from 2 single-family detached, that the unit fronting the road will be fronting the road and will be oriented to the road. Is that still the case?
You're asking about unit number 5 and 6?
Can we get that graphic up again? But yes, I believe it's 5 and 6. It's the one that used to be, yeah. So unit 6 in the drawing that's up on the screen right now used to be a single family detached, but it was fronting 70 east. So my understanding is 5 and 6 is now a duplex. I just wanted to verify that that unit 6 will still be fronting 70 east.
Correct. It will be. And that drawing that's in front of you right now is, the other one was the one that was the accurate one, the latest one. So they're now a single duplex, and yes, 6 does face 70 east.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Ardmore or Mr. LaFontaine, I had a question about how much of this area is in the area that's proposed to be developed. I mean, what's the acreage in this new proposal that is proposed for development versus the acreage that would stay with the existing home?
So what's going to stay with the existing home will be just whatever surrounds the existing home, out however many feet we go. On the south end of that, of the existing home, is where that will be green area. It says, well, it actually says basketball court there, but we may or may not put that in. We haven't decided, but that whole area is green area.
Okay, so you don't really have a boundary defined between where the new development is and the existing house at this point?
Not at this point, just because what the VLDR is just saying, you have 7 structures. So they didn't ask us to delineate out where each structure property was.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a few minutes. Councillor Handley has a question.
I just wanted clarification to make sure I understand the process here. Because this is less density than what was proposed before, this has not gone back through the planning commission or through the neighborhood again. This has just come right back to us. Am I remembering that correctly?
That's correct.
So and this would be voted on when? This later tonight, or am I?
It's not on the agenda for tonight. If the council wanted to put it on the agenda, there would need to be a motion to put it on at our next meeting.
Okay, so this is just to get initial reactions and to move forward. I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were doing.
Right. Are there other questions? I have a concern that this is enough different than what was originally proposed. I mean, it's a development proposal on a smaller piece, a smaller parcel, and we don't even know really the exact size versus a proposal for development on the whole piece. And I would be more comfortable if we went through the process of getting the neighborhood involved in being able to see it, ask questions, talk about it with the developer. What I had anticipated was that there would, there would be a VLDR proposal for a new development for the whole parcel. One potential problem I see is that if this is developed with 6 units the way it is, I mean, eventually something will happen with that existing house, and that would be a logical place to put in at least a twin home there, if, you know, down the road, if not more. And so this kind of would restrict that possibility in the future. Looks like Mr. Ardmore has a comment.
Yeah, I would just like to maybe clarify what the zoning would allow if zone was used.
Sure.
Even before with his LDR proposal, and again with his VLDR proposal, the platting that would be done subsequently to the council's approval would create building envelopes for each separate townhome, and they all share the 1 acre common area. That would be the same case for if the house stays or goes. It would get its own buildable area and then have the common areas. But the concern of having the home come down at a future date and more density put on, under that VLDR zone, he would only be allowed to put on 1 unit to replace the home. You can't go above 7 units per the acre on that parcel. So just want to clarify that.
Yes, I understand that, and so I'm looking at it at more of a design concern down the road. If you wanted to put another twin home here, it seems like in order to fit with the VLDR zone, you'd need to have less units than are proposed. Because if you're just looking at the area being developed, this is denser than VLDR. The only thing that makes it fit in the VLDR zone is if you're including that existing parcel that's not currently proposed for development. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure if that makes sense to me. There's the VLDR. It says you can have 7 units. So it's like what Aaron is saying. If the existing house, and you're speculating whether that would ever come down or not.
Right.
But if it did come down and it's in a VLDR, I'm still restricted to putting up 1 house. Is that right? To comply with the VLDR. So
yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I'm not sure. You asked if we understood your question. I do not.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a little unusual because normally when a developer comes in and proposes a new development, we don't upzone adjacent property that isn't being developed to consider that as part of the whole project. So that's what I'm concerned about. And again, it's just enough different that I really think that this should go back and get some neighborhood input and go through the planning commission process on that. In the original proposal with the 10, there was a lot of talk in the planning commission about trying to get as many of those units facing the street as possible, and that would have been easy by removing the interior units and one of the 4 in the quad. But anyway, I think I've made my point there. Are there other questions or comments from councilors? Well, I guess just one other. Dan, have you talked to the neighborhood chair at all about this or gotten any feedback from the neighborhood about this new proposal?
No, I have not. I after the last meeting, I tried to get clarification on what I was supposed to do exactly.
Yeah.
And this is what I was told, just to make sure I had this ready for you guys to look at. So I mean, if I need to go through the neighborhood and the zoning committee, it's obviously, I will do what I need to do. I just haven't been told yet.
Okay. Councillor Harding.
Thank you. I guess to answer that question, and also just if at the end of this discussion we need to decide how we want to proceed, but my understanding of where we left off is similar to what I believe Mr. LaFontaine was instructed to do, which my understanding was we had a proposal that had planning commission support, had staff support, recommendation for approval, that was for the LDR. Now we don't look at project plans. I mean, we will look at project plans. We don't approve project plans. There was some neighborhood concern, and it seemed the general neighborhood concern was, we feel like this is too dense. There was some discussion at the time, but we decided not to proceed with just changing it to, approving a land use, or sorry, a zone that was in between what was proposed and what the current status was. We chose not to do that, but I thought we kind of instructed the developer if he was interested in applying for the VLDR zone to come back with a plan that would accommodate that, and I feel like that is what has happened, and I do feel comfortable with the VLDR zone and what the design requirements are and what the requirements are for the VLDR zone, and so I do feel like it has been, that the concept has been vetted, and the public feedback was that it's, they were okay with the general concept, just not the density. And so I do feel like, I am comfortable, and I'll move that we place this item on a subsequent council meeting for discussion for approval.
Councillor Ellsworth. Councillor Ellsworth seconded that, and did you have a comment as well?
No, I agree with Mr. Hardy.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion from the council? Well, I'll try to be brief then in my comments. I took a long time last time. I'm not sure, but I'm a little concerned at what the neighborhood reaction would be to this proposal, and I'd like to give them the opportunity to see it. I do think it is different to make a proposal on an entire parcel versus only part of the parcel. And I'm comfortable. We're essentially putting a higher than VLDR density on the east side of the parcel, and I think that deserves some discussion. So those are my concerns. Anyone else have any comments on this or questions? If there's no.
Sorry, Mr. Sewell, maybe I have a question. I'm still a little confused about what you're saying. I mean, what?
Okay, sure.
I just don't know what the alternative proposal would have looked like if it was VLDR.
Well, if it was for the entire parcel, the original proposal was for the entire parcel to be redeveloped, including the existing home. And that's different than this proposal. Let me just try to give an example. I don't think I'm explaining this well, but say a developer, let's say buys up 8 homes in let's say an R110 zone, and he proposes to redevelop on 4 of those parcels. We wouldn't normally rezone all 8 in order to allow higher density on just the 4. I'm not sure I've ever recall seeing that before. So I'm a little concerned about the precedent. Normally you would just look at the piece that's being redeveloped and make a decision about whether the zone that's being asked for is appropriate for the new development. So in this, the way I'm looking at it, basically another way is I see this as an LDR proposal for the portion that's being developed because it's higher than the density for a VLDR zone on the piece that's actually being developed. So does that help, or am I still not clearly articulating my concern?
No, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Scholl. I do feel like I understand what you're saying here. Perhaps we could ask Development Services to comment on, if we have done this in the past. One of the things, one of the aspects of some of the more recent zoning that we've talked about is allowing more flexibility within the zone for clustering of houses and consolidation of open space and things like that. And so I actually think that this is not an anomaly so much as something that was intended for LDR, VLDR, MDR, HDR is to kind of allow for some of that clustering and consolidation of green space. So I think I just wanted to mention that, and the other thing is I share your general concern that neighbors have ample opportunity to weigh in and to be aware of this, and so while I think I'm going to be voting for the motion, I understand if you don't prefer that procedure. I don't have too much concern that that the public will be able to be made aware of our upcoming council meeting, and they'll have opportunity to help the council understand their thoughts on it, as well as if this is, and I wouldn't consider this a routine item, so we have kind of built-in provisions that items should get a second hearing, and so that will also allow the public ample opportunity, I think, to weigh in.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Hoban.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious, so if we were to let the public weigh in on this, what would that look like timing wise? How long will we allow for that, and what would be the process? And I guess why wouldn't we? If there's anybody who objects to that, I'd like to hear why we wouldn't want to allow the public to weigh in.
Mr. Ardmore,
but now I want to hear what he has to say.
Mr. Ardmore, so I assume what I was suggesting would involve sending it back to the Planning Commission. What would be the timing on that? How quickly could that be accomplished?
The next available agenda would be on February 10th for the Planning Commission.
And then it would come back to us on what, second Tuesday in February? Is that right? Or I'm not sure about the noticing requirements.
I think if it was on the 10th Planning Commission, it'd be on the 16th council agenda.
Okay. Thank you. It looks like Councillor Ellsworth has a comment.
Yeah. Mr. Sewell, are you proposing that this goes back to a neighborhood meeting and then the planning commission and then the council?
Yeah, actually, thank you. You caught that. Yeah, that would be my preference, but I would want that to be held as quickly as possible. So we probably wouldn't be able to make the February 10th if we were to have that happen.
Okay. Well, I do agree with Mr. Harding, and to Mr. Hoven's point, the public does have opportunity to weigh in on this. Every public hearing, every city council meeting, they have the opportunity to weigh in on this. So we're not excluding them from the process if we do choose to put this on the next agenda of the city council. And I would just add that sometimes in neighborhood meetings, folks show up, they expect their voice to make it all the way to the city council. Sometimes their voice or opinion doesn't make it all the way to the city council from a neighborhood meeting. So they actually don't get represented by the council on certain projects. So there's pros and cons to sending it back, and there's pros and cons to allowing it just to come straight to the city council where anyone, anywhere can comment on it.
Thank you.
You have just 2 minutes before the bells are ringing.
Oh, thank you. Well, let's see. Maybe we better just pause for a minute then. I want to make sure that we don't cross over that. Thank you, Mr. Hanley. So for the benefit of the public, if you want to watch this, this is on, let's see, where did that go? It's on facebook.com/Provo City, I think. I lost the link reference for it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Will we be able to hear when the bells ring, by the way?
I would say if you're at City Hall, you would.
Okay. So we'll now have a minute of silence and remembrance for those who have been lost in Utah to the pandemic. And please, someone who can hear, let me know after the ringing of the bells has concluded. Thank you. We'll now resume. We're about to vote on item number 7. And let me just say, again, I don't want to talk as long as I did last time, but just a couple other comments. I would not have seconded the motion to take the course that we have taken if I had known that the proposal would be on a different portion of the parcel for the reasons that I've explained. That being said, I think my colleagues have made some very good comments, and I do think the neighborhood will view this as better than what we had before. I'm certain of that, but I would have preferred not to give this a special pass, so to speak, under these circumstances. But I respect opinions of my colleagues who feel otherwise. And just on a somewhat unrelated note, I just want to say this is probably one of the best, if not the best, councils I've served in, from the standpoint of having civil and respectful dialogue, even when there's strongly held differences of opinion. And that's something that I've really enjoyed and appreciated. So unless there are any other comments, I will call for a vote on the motion. Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Handley?
Yes.
Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore? You're muted.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote no. So the motion carries 6-1. All right, let's move on to, see, item number 8 has been continued. So we're on to item number 9, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 1.8 acres of real property, generally located at 950 West, 1020 South, from residential agricultural to R17. And this will be presented by Dustin Wright.
All right, thank you. So I'll be brief on this one. I think it's somewhat straightforward, but it's a request by the applicant to be able to develop some land that's currently, I guess there's one home on the property, but it's essentially a vacant parcel. I don't know if we've got the slides I could show you, but there we go. So there's the property that we're looking at, and okay, well, basically they're looking to put a road down the middle of the property and provide 4 homes on each side of the road. So it'd be a total of 8 single-family residential homes. Originally, the request was to do R18 zone here, but just due to the fact that the corner lots needed to be 10 feet wider, they were just shy of that. And so they're requesting the R17 zone that has a little bit smaller of a lot width for corner lots, which makes the project work without losing those 2 lots. Other than that, everything meets the R18 requirements. It's actually a lot of the lots sizes are close to the R19 square footage, but they're requesting R17, like I said, for those reasons. The zoning in the area here around it is RA, which the property currently is, and then the surrounding properties with the single family homes are R18. So with this, they'll be able to fit into that same fabric in the neighborhood and blend in quite well. So staff feels like this is a good infill opportunity. It fits the general plan, calls for residential infill at this location as well. So the Planning Commission approved the concept plan, afforded a positive recommendation to the City Council to approve the requested rezone. And I'll leave the rest of the time for any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not certain if if you, Mr. Wright, wrote this staff report, but I'll just generally, whoever wrote it, I wanted to express my appreciation. I thought it was very well done. As I went through it, there are a couple of questions raised, like, oh, well, anyway. And as I read further down in the report, those questions were addressed, and I really appreciated that anticipation of those questions, and it was just a very, very good report. I appreciated that. I noticed the one thing I wanted to ask about. I noticed that the road next down, as it approaches this newly developed or newly proposed to be developed area, and it looks like where to the north the sidewalk is directly adjacent to the street, and then as it drops into here, the street narrows and planter strips are between the sidewalk and the road. I think that's an interesting direction. I support that direction as we complete the fill in these little areas in West Provo. My question is do we plan, will there be on-street parking along this stretch as it narrows down? Is there still sufficient asphalt for that, or is it going to, are we getting planter strips instead of on-street parking?
Yeah, I believe, and I could be wrong, maybe we'll have to check with Public Works on that question. I think what they're looking at is, getting the new city standard for sidewalks and park strip added. And I'm not sure, to answer that question, if it leaves room for parking on one side or not. I'll have to get back to you tonight on that. And I think David Day should be there as well, that could help answer that. It's a good question.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Let's see, this item is scheduled to be heard tonight, so I don't think we have anything else we need to do on this unless there's comments or questions. All right, let's move on to the next item then. Thank you. Item number 10 is a presentation from the sign committee regarding the number of digital signs per business and hold times for freeway adjacent businesses in SC3 zones. And this item is to be presented by Aaron Ardmore again and Hannah Salzel, council policy analyst.
Thank you once again, Chair Sewell. John, if you could throw that PowerPoint up. So in the sign committee, the past month, we've been talking about kind of different directions that the city could go as far as electronic signage. And the question came up as to how many signs a business or a building could have. And that really is dependent on what commercial zone they're in. So I've put together just a real brief kind of just factual information on these slides to go through the different commercial zones. So they're kind of broken up like this. Majority of our commercial zones are regulated by section 14.38080. And then there's some kind of specialized areas as well. So I'll go through them one by one. I'll try to be brief. I know Hannah has some additional information to share after I'm done. So in these commercial zones, freeway commercial 1 and 2, general commercial, heavy commercial, and the automotive commercial area for car dealerships. Monument signs, those defined as anything below 5 feet to the ground, typically on the edge of the property. They can have 1 per street frontage, and then if you have abnormally long street frontage, you can have an additional monument sign. Pole sign, one, again, dependent on the frontage of the property. And then wall signs, you should actually have 2 per building face. This is somewhat different than some of the others that we'll look at where it's restricted to 1. And I'll kind of touch on that later with the recommendation that staff would have on that as it pertains to electronic display signage as the technology moves that way. The specialty support commercial, this is almost entirely in the North River Bottoms design corridor area. There's a little bit of a difference in regulation, but it's 1 monument sign and 1 wall sign per business or tenant. No pole signs are allowed here. So I think that in this area, it becomes more important to what we do with the monument and the wall sign because that pole sign isn't an allowed sign type. And then we have our region, our neighborhood commercial zones and a professional office zone. This is similar to the SSC zone where you get 1 monument sign and 1 wall sign, but they also afford you the 1 pole sign here. And typically, not that we're getting into it, but typically the pole signs are restricted to 35 feet in height. The SC3, which is our regional shopping center zone, you'll find this at the mall and the Riverwoods and the University Parkway, our 3 main areas for this zone. Again, 1 monument sign per pad, 1 pole sign per center. I think that becomes important as you look at how some of these are parceled out. And then 1 wall sign per business or tenant. Then, yeah, of course, these industrial zones would also allow electronic display signs as it's not a residential or agricultural zone. So let me just briefly go through these. Manufacturing park allows 1 monument sign and 2 wall signs per building. And that's the second instance of this that we've seen, along with all those general commercial zones that allow the 2 per building. We're going to see this again in the downtown. The manufacturing zones and freeway industrial zone, you get the 1 monument sign and the 1 wall sign. And the PIC zone, it depends if you're in the Mountain Vista Park in Southeast Provo or in other PIC zones. But there you can see 1 monument sign and 1 wall sign. Of course, if you're in the Mountain Vista Business Park, you can have 2 per building face on the wall sign. Downtown, I'm going to kind of pause here. Some of these issues, I think we're looking at them. Councilman Sewell and Hannah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at the number of signs because there was a concern of kind of a popcorn effect with multiple signs through a building or a corridor. And I think we have a couple where there's 2 wall signs allowed. But very rarely are you going to have a popcorn effect with monument or pole signs because of the separation and the frontage requirements. One possible solution to reducing that popcorn effect, I think, could be not allowing electronic display signs on a wall sign type and only allowing them on monument or pole signs. I think that could possibly resolve that concern. That's one thing that staff looked at while we're going through this. So let me jump into the downtown unless there's any questions with the commercial and industrial. Okay, I don't see any. Downtown is very specialized. It's been revised at least 2 times in the past 7 years as a kind of reactionary amendments to businesses coming in our downtown. So when you look at a wall sign in downtown, it really depends on 2 things: what corridor you're on, Center Street or any other corridor in downtown, and what the building type is. So you've got multi-story buildings, you've got multi-story buildings with separated tenant spaces on the ground floor. You've got tenant spaces on upper floors. So all these different considerations are tried. Staff has attempted address all of these with the downtown sign code. As this slide has been up, you can see the kind of the differences. One per tenant typically, or one per building typically for this type of wall sign. But again, with a multi-tenant building, you could get a variety of signs on the ground floor, and then even on the upper stories, you could have additional signs. So on a facade from ground floor up to the top of the building, so you're going up University Avenue and you've got the Wells Fargo building, you could have multiple wall signs on just that facade as you look at it from the street. So that's something that is kind of different in the downtown that needs to maybe considered and studied out a little bit more. Projecting signs, those blade signs that are really popular on Center Street and parts of University Avenue, just one per business. Again, with parking entry sign, kind of the same thing. A window sign, I think we've talked about before at council level, kind of studying it. 25% of your windows can be covered. That there is a special caveat with that, where if you've got some signage behind the window, it's kind of spaced out inside your store, that's not going to count towards that 25%. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there for tenants and businesses. And monument signs, which are really hard to find downtown, they are allowed, one per landscape front yard or street side yard, but typically the building's built to the street and you just don't have a monument sign. That's all for kind of that presentation on number of signs. I know Hannah has some additional things to bring up, so I'll just turn my time over to her.
Thank you. Let me get my light on. This part of it should be fairly straightforward, as is explained in the packet and chair notes that you have. It has been suggested in the sign committee that zones that are SC3 and adjacent to the highway have a shorter hold time of 8 seconds in order to meet the statewide hold time for freeway adjacent digital signs, which is 8 seconds, to help them be a little bit more competitive there. Currently, this applies only to the SC3 zone. Let me share my screen here, where the mall is currently located. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
This SC3 zone here with the mall, under the current proposal, that would be a 15-second hold time because it's one of those multi-tenant SC3 areas. This would take it from 15 seconds down to 8 seconds, again, to help them be a little bit more competitive. Again, it applies currently only to the mall, but were other SC3 highway adjacent zones to open up, it would apply there as well. That's really the essence of it. Are there any questions?
And Hannah, maybe before I take Councillor Hardig's question, I could just add one little clarification there. So it applies, the 8 second is to be congruent with the highway standard, as you mentioned, but it applies only to signs that are actually facing the freeway. Yes. So for example, in the mall, the 15-second standard that we had currently developed would apply toward signs that are on University Avenue, and the 8 second would only apply for the ones that are facing the freeway.
That's correct. When I say adjacent, I mean the zone, the sign, as well as the zone. I should have been
sign.
Right. Yes,
right.
The sign also must be highway adjacent. Yes.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Harding, you had your hand up.
I did, but you answered my question, so thank you
for
that.
Okay. Yeah, and then I guess the only other thing is, well, there's really two reasons. So one is, of course, to just not impose any additional requirement on freeway adjacent signs than what other signs along the freeway are required to abide by. But there is another reason for the difference, and that is that the goal is to minimize the number of message changes that drivers see. So on the freeway, it makes sense to stick with the 8 seconds, where in the city where you have slower drive times, we still want to have the longer hold times to, the 15-second even in SC3 zones with a large number of tenants because of the slower driving speeds. Councilor Harding, or was that your hand from before?
No, that's a new hand.
Okay.
Just about that, like my biggest concern is just the impact of signs on the aesthetics and the feel and the pleasantness of the community. And yeah, so if something's out on the freeway and it's not impacting the people in the community, I think freeway standards make sense for freeway standards. I just don't want to apply those freeway standards to the interior of our city. I did want to, I appreciate that report by Mr. Ardmore and the work of the committee. I think this is very helpful. The first batch of zones that we looked at, if I saw, every property has the ability at minimum to put up one monument sign, one pole sign, and have 2 wall signs, and that's per face. So if something has more than one face, it would be more than that. But at a minimum, they have one face towards the public. So at a minimum, that's 4 different signs. And Mr. Ardmore talked about, special considerations for university to kind of avoid that popcorn effect. But I think even in other areas, if we have 4 opportunities for 4 different signs and each could be rotating, and if they're offset, yeah, that kind of that popcorn effect. And I think Mr. Ardmore proposed one thing to consider. Another potential option for the committee to consider is saying, regardless of how many, or to consider that if you can have multiple signs, limiting the number of signs that can churn. And so maybe if some of those signs, maybe someone has 6 signs or something, but if 5 of those can change once a day, and then the other can change at whatever churn rate we were talking about, that might be another way to avoid that unintended consequence of having the popcorn effect. So anyway, just a suggestion for the committee.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns? So I think this was just information item, but and it sounds like staff is starting to, Mr. Ardmore, maybe consider some ideas on the multiple signs, but I don't think we're ready to present those yet. So could I just kind of get the temperature on the council on whether you're comfortable with us bringing the digital hold time changes back to you at this point in the form of a draft ordinance? We've done the Open City Hall. I think you've all had, I believe that's been made available to everyone, hasn't it? I'm actually not sure about that, though.
I can double check and make sure it's been sent out. If not, I'll send it out today.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, I'd like to get a feel for that. Councillor Fillmore. Oh, I think you're muted.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that you've shown remarkable patience and perseverance on this issue, and I appreciate that. This has not been an easy committee to chair, and I'm very supportive of where you're at, and I'm personally ready to vote as soon as you are.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else that would have concern about us being ready to bring back a draft ordinance proposal? Okay, and then we'll, as far as the number of signs, we'll treat that separately because I think staff's still kind of thinking about that. So that would be something we'd bring back separately. Councilor Harding.
My only, yeah, it's just generally your first question. I feel like I've been able to voice my concerns, and I think we've been working through that. So I really appreciate the effort that's gone into this already. I think my only concern about doing it piecemeal is I just don't want to, and maybe it's not even in the right section of code, but kind of grandfather or have people say, oh, well, I now have these churn rates and I can do it on all of the signs that I have. And then later we come back and say, well, we're going to put some restrictions on multiple signs and their churn or whatever. And if people will either have invested something in that or will claim, vested rights that are later hard to restrict. So just as long as staff and the committee is cognizant of that would be my only concern.
Thank you. We'll discuss that point in our next meeting. All right. Well, thank you very much. Unless there's other comments, we'll move on to the next item, which would be number 11 is discussion regarding assignments to board and committees. And thanks to all, we're actually 2 minutes ahead now. So let's see. Do you all have access to the current list that Cliff emailed? I think you said around 10 o'clock this morning. Okay.
And I will be bringing it up.
Great. Thank you, Cliff. Take it away, please.
Okay. Give me just a second. You just missed the outpouring of enthusiasm by my dog, so timing is good. So let me get the right thing. Here it is. All right. You should be able to see on your screen the document we look at every year and fill out. I sent you a copy of this earlier. I've made a couple minor changes since then. Per your directions, all of the council members have indicated their preferences. There's still some places to fill out. I will just note that this first section, leadership responsibilities, is basically governed by our handbook, and all of those are completed by virtue of the appointment of leadership last meeting. Council Budget Committee continues to be the committee of the whole. Audit Committee, Councilors Shipley and Hoban both indicated a willingness to stay on that committee. Neighborhood Advisory Board, Councilor Sewell, by virtue of being on leadership, wanted to be removed from that. So that leaves Mr. Harding and Ms. Ellsworth. Housing Committee, Dave Harding is proposed to join that committee, Shannon Ellsworth to stay on. Foothills Protection, again, David Sewell wanted to withdraw from that committee, and Shannon Ellsworth had indicated a preference to join it. Zoning Compliance, no proposed changes.
Actually, Cliff, I'm
Yes,
a
sir.
member of that committee and I'm not showing there.
On zoning,
No, the Foothill Protection Committee.
you're on there
What is-
still.
I see a 0 under my name. What does that mean?
Oh, no, you're looking at the table. You should be looking at the screen I've got up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, so just for your reference, obviously the public can't see it, but the email I sent you earlier with the table in Excel, what I had done is I took X's were for the current year back in 2020 and zeros just to differentiate. Zeros indicated that you were still on that committee. Pluses and minuses on that table indicated whether you wanted to be added or deleted from a committee, and that's how you read that.
I see. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, I'm getting messages from people that are trying to make me laugh here. Sign committee would continue to be Mr. Sewell and Mr. Hoban. Now, there was some discussion about combining the council, the two parking committees into one parking committee. And so you see on the screen here in green, this would be the proposed language for a new committee. And then you would delete the others. A council parking committee by itself only has Dave Harding. And so my question would be whether Shannon Ellsworth wanted to join that committee and look at all of them. And I see that Councilor Ellsworth has her hand up.
Yes.
Councilor.
I apologize. I had no idea that I was on the Joaquin Parking Committee last year. And I only went to one meeting where it was a recent presentation. So I apologize if that was one of my responsibilities because I did not realize it at the time. I have a number of committee assignments, so I'm not going to sign up for the new parking committee. And when we get to the spreadsheet, I can continue to serve with the Utah Valley Clean Air Coalition if no one else wants to.
Okay. So is there anybody on the council that would like to step up and be part of a council parking committee? And I'm assuming that at the end of this process of going through that, unless you want to vote separately on the creation of two new committees and the deletion of a couple of committees, it would make sense just to adopt it all at one time if you're comfortable with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anybody objecting to that idea.
That sounds good.
So right now, Dave Harding would be the only person on the committee. We'd welcome another counselor to join him. Okay, we'll give it some thought and we can think about that and come back to it another time. Carryover policy committee, both councilors Shipley and Harding have indicated they'd like to continue working through that. It's proposed by Bill Fillmore to create an economic development committee. He's proposed that he, Shannon Ellsworth, and David Shipley would be on it. And you can read it for yourself here, but I'll read it out loud. To focus on various policy alternatives, fresh ideas, best practices, and budgetary elements related to 1, enhancing the city's long-term tax base, 2, making Provo more attractive and accessible for high-tech and other promising startups, established high-growth businesses, growth potential businesses, and major out-of-state businesses seeking a new and better location. 3, exploring possibilities for support and incubation of promising local startups and university technology spinoffs. And 4, enhancing our city's various arterial gateways in terms of both cosmetics, I think that probably should be aesthetics, and revenue generating retail businesses.
No, he's talking about New Skin.
Okay.
Good one.
Aesthetics. I hope we got that spelled right. One thing to be very clear in discussion with the mayor and with Bill, it was very clear that the focus on this needs to be policy and not implementation. For implementation is a administrative function, and I think there's a sound understanding that that is the relationship here for an economic development committee. We'd also blanked out the alcohol licensing committee and the public gatherings review committee for their work has been done. Moving on just for a minute to city boards. Dave Shipley is still on the board for the library for a couple more years. If he didn't want to stay on that, Dave Harding had indicated a willingness to step up for that committee. And Provo Housing Authority still has George Hanley for another 2 years on that committee. Moving down to city advisory boards. These are basically where council has a liaison to these committees. Agricultural Commission, Dave Shipley would stay on. Airport Board, Travis Hoban would stay on. Arts Council, David Shipley would be an add, although the committee has been inactive for some time. Energy Board, Bill Fillmore has asked to step down from that, and Dave Shipley is willing to step onto it. TMAC, Dave Shipley wants to step down. Dave Harding has indicated a support or a preference to join that committee. Bill Fillmore would stay on the Parks and Rec Board. Sustainability and Natural Resources Committee, George Hanley wants to stay there. Travis Hoban has indicated that he likes his assignments and would stay on the CDBG committees. Moving down to non-city boards with council appointments, etc. Downtown Provo would still be Dave Harding. Rock Canyon Advisory Committee would still be George Hanley. Shannon Ellsworth had wanted to step off Utah Valley Clean Air, but you sound like you're still willing to stay on it.
If we hire a new sustainability director or administrator, they would probably be a stronger liaison and could send us reports. I'm willing to attend in the meantime.
Okay. So let me clear that. Okay. And then we can always make any time during the year, if things change, we can bring this back and adopt it again by motion. South Utah Valley Solid Waste District. I hope they don't get paid by letters in their acronym, but George Handy wants to stay on that one. Mayor Kafusi, I think by code or by bylaw, is the appointee to UMPA. Metropolitan Board, Dave Harding would still be on that. Utah Lake Commission and Mountain Land Association of Governments Executive Council, Mayor Kafusi's there by bylaw. Here's one that we had to do some clearing up on. The question was asked last week: who's the voting members of ULCT's Legislative Policy Committee? Apparently, by bylaw, the city can have up to 3 and 1 alternate. Of those 3, only 1 can be a staff member, and if a member is in a code, if a city has a board member, that board member is also allowed to be on the LPC voting group. So that this year, that effectively would give the city 4. And in the past, Wayne Parker advises that the city typically has 3: the mayor, the staff member responsible for lobbying, and a council member. With the circumstances the way are this year, we can have 4 plus an alternate. And so it's my understanding that Shannon would like to stay on there. Dave Harding is interested in it. And you still have room to name 1 alternate to the committee, to the LPC.
So I actually would prefer not to be on that. I am willing to do it. Okay. And if anyone has an interest in that committee, I'd be happy to be the alternate or not even be listed there. And I think we had some good emails just about how important this committee is, and the responsibility that it is. So again, I'm willing to do it, but I would be happy to step aside and allow someone else with interest to do it.
You're not required to have one, but you're eligible to have that many votes on the committee. So, well, my suggestion then is think about it, and if you want to make a change, you can come back to it. Mr. Chair, this is all the recommendations that have come through. Given that, Mr. Hanley, you have a question?
Just a comment. I don't think these are formal assignments, but I am attending the regular meetings of the Kindness Committee, Provo Kindness Initiative, I should say. And I'm just acting as sort of a liaison here. And I'm also meeting regularly with the Hispanic Roundtable as a way of keeping lines of communication open there as well, just for general information. I don't think they qualify as formal things that need to be added here, but I just want to make sure that people are aware of what I'm doing.
Correct. And to clear up, to add, Mr. Fillmore has been participating on what he refers to as the Police Advisory Board. Is that the Citizens Advisory Board? Okay.
Yeah, there's some question about that. Their meeting times conflict with the council's meeting times. And so I would like to do that unless the mayor or Wayne Parker has some policy concern.
I don't have a problem with it, Bill. I just know that they do meet on Tuesday nights. That's a city council meeting. And yeah. So that would probably be the only conflict. I actually started the Citizens Advisory Board and was a founding member. So it's a great board. It's a great connection, but they do meet on city council. I used to go to that and then slip into the end of the city council meeting. It seemed to work well.
Yeah, I wondered why they can't change it. But it's not a big deal, I guess.
You can take that to them and see if they'd be willing to change it. I mean, it's just been that way since we set that up years ago, but we don't have bylaws or anything written in stone. So it would be worth a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
It's okay.
it's my understanding that he was appointed as a citizen before he was ever on the council. And so it's not a council liaison type position. And that's why I haven't got it listed here.
I suppose the policy issue is whether we should have a city council member as a liaison to that particular board or committee.
And that's perhaps a separate issue. I think if you were to consider that, I'm guessing, I haven't looked at the ordinance for it, but I'm guessing that something would have to be changed to the city code to make that happen.
Okay, I mean, I'm more than happy to do it. I'm more than happy to be the liaison. And since I was on the citizen board, I have stayed close to the chief on a variety of things. So I'm happy to do it. And I'll explore that a little bit and get back to you. The other thing I would mention is I don't know if this merits being on the chart. I do happily serve on Mayor Kafusi's, what are we calling it, Mayor? Citizens Advisory Committee on the new City Hall and Police Complex.
Yeah, it's our citizen steering committee that you sit on, and we take different issues of what's going on with the new building and get your opinion.
Right. So I don't know if that merits being on your list or not, Cliff.
Well, again, it was an appointment for you as a citizen before you were ever a counselor, and so it's not one that we've normally ranked here.
Okay. I'm indifferent about that. So.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I would submit this for consideration and adoption by the council with the additions and deletions as noted.
Very good. I had to change headsets. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I don't see any hands at the moment. I had two questions. One is on the Economic Development Committee. Have the mayor and Wayne had a chance to look at the proposed mission statement, and do they have any concerns about separation of powers issues related to that?
So I'm seeing it for my first time. I did talk to Bill and Shannon in our RDA meeting about it and just asked them at this point to just make sure that Keith Moray, my economic development director, is completely engaged and involved in this. And that's about as far as I've gotten. This is the first time I've seen this, the statement.
Yeah, Mayor Keith is going to be right in the middle of it. We've already chatted. And so there seems to be some kind of concern that we might overstep our bounds. I just think one of the things I campaigned on was the need to expand our long-term tax base as a city. And key to that is economic development. And that's kind of up my alley in terms of my profession. And I just think it's an area where I think we need to address long-term tax base possibilities and make recommendations to you and your people.
We would love it. And I appreciate the city council for stepping up and diving deeper. In fact, let me just offer anything I can from my office to help you reach some of these goals that you're looking at. I really appreciate it, Bill. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, I think that answers that question. The other one I had was on the parking committee. I think we've got a real potential there. Are there any other counselors that would be interested in serving with Councilor Harding on that committee? If not, I think I'll volunteer to be the second person on that committee then.
I'm sorry?
I said, seeing no one else stepping forward, I'll volunteer to be a second person on that committee.
Okay.
And we didn't talk about vice chairs. Shall we just assume that the second person listed will be the vice chair when there's three? Is there any concern about that, or have you designated that somewhere?
We didn't designate that. Most of it really didn't come up again, and partly because most of these committees actually only had two. So
yeah, I just think in the code we're supposed to designate that if there's more than two.
So unless you want to change the order of,
If you scroll to the top of the document, the very first page, it typically says the second name is the vice chair. So that kind of goes for any council
right here.
committees.
Okay, great.
Okay, so unless you want to change the order of, let's see, the Foothill Protection Committee or the Economic Development Committee, this is what's listed.
Well, Shannon is willing to be the vice chair on economic development, so that's in the right order.
Okay.
And I'm happy to be George's vice chair, but I'd be happy to defer to Shannon as well.
I'm fine either way.
Speaking of the Foothill Protection Committee.
Yeah. If you have extra assignments, I can be the vice chair or not, either way.
I'll be it this year. You can be it next year. How's that? Of course, that's really up to George. How do you feel, George?
You guys can mutiny anytime you want and throw me out.
Yeah, right.
That order is just fine. Let's leave it like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Looking for a motion and a second to adopt, Mr. Sewell.
Okay, or should we just adopt by unanimous consent if there's no objection? Anybody have a concern or objection to what's been presented?
I have one question.
Yes.
How long will the sign committee continue? Is that a shorter term assignment?
Yes, that's an ad hoc committee. I'd like to have it finished within a few months. It has been going really slow, but I think we've just got this size issue to deal with, and then we got to make sure and see if staff has any recommendations on the number of signs per building. And then grandfathering, not sure what we're going to do with that, but those are the main issues that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So.
Well, if Mr. Hoban has free time after that, he can join the LPC.
Sounds like an invitation, Mr. Hoban.
Sure does. Will there be food?
There used to be food, yeah.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, Councillor Ellsworth, because we do want to take advantage of the opportunity to have a fourth voting member. So I don't know if the administration has somebody that they would like to put on there, or if there's a counselor that would really like to do that right now.
The challenge, Mr. Sewell, is that they're allowed to have, basically it's one city staff, the mayor and council members. So it's basically the only positions available left are council positions, unless you were to have a staff who was alternate to the staff voter.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So with that in mind, is there anyone who would like to be, any counselor who would like to be that fourth voting member? Councillor Harding?
Yeah, like I said, I'm willing to do it. I was just offering if anyone else had interest in it, I'm willing to let someone else do it. But if no one else is wanting to do it or willing to do it, I'm happy to continue.
All right, sounds like we've got our fourth vote. And then the alternate, so how does that work? Mr. Strachan, can that be a staff member, or does that have to be a counselor as well?
Wayne, do you have any different opinion on that than mine?
No, Cliff, I think you're right.
So I think the way it would work in practice, Mr. Sewell, is that if at an LPC meeting, when they're asking for votes and things like that, I think our membership just needs to be aware who's there and who's not. And if we're missing a vote, the role filled by Isaac Paxman could also be another counselor, but by practice, in this case, it's the deputy mayor for his role. But it would seem to me that you just need to be communicating with each other that if somebody's not there, the alternate can step in and participate.
Okay. So I apologize. I'm still a little unclear here. If the alternate is a staff member, then they could only vote if Isaac was not there. Is that correct?
That's how I interpret it.
Okay. And can we name a staff alternate and a council alternate that could fill in for either side?
I mean, we could check. I know that Wayne often does, and I almost always watch it as well. So it's those are options.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd mention is a practical matter. There are almost no close votes in the LPC committee.
True.
And so should a designated member be absent, I don't know that it's a big concern if there's not an alternate present.
No.
Well, let's not worry about it then, unless you would like to have another staff member named there.
I think we're fine.
Okay.
And most cities get 3, so having 4 is a good thing anyway.
Yeah. Any counselor that wants to be named as an alternate? Councilor Harding, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say I totally agree with Mr. Parker. I don't think the votes matter. Often they don't really matter because again the votes aren't close. But I think what the important part is just that we have members of the committee are relaying the concerns of the city and of the council to the LPC. And probably even more important is paying attention to what's going on at the state, what legislation is of potential concern to the city, and relaying that back to the city, relaying that back to the council members, and just keeping everyone up to date on what's going on. So not every council member necessarily has to follow all 45 days of the session and the interim work. I think that's where the biggest value is, and so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not hearing a strong need for naming an alternate then, so unless anybody disagrees or wants to volunteer, let's move ahead. So with that change, putting Councilor Harding back in as the 4th voting member, are there any objections to adopting all of the liaison and committee assignments, including the mission statements and designation of chairs and vice chairs, as has been indicated? Seeing none, we'll adopt that by unanimous consent.
Thank you.
And I think that it brings us to the end of the regular work meeting. A closed session has been requested. And let's see, I think Gary Millward has a few things to say to us about that.
Thank you, Chairman. That is right. I understand that closed session has been requested for today. Utah Code Section 524205 governs what can be closed for the City Council. In this instance, the closed session was requested to discuss names of